Accidental Death. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The most dangerous of weapons is the one you don't know is loaded. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice, it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow, plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked. But the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken, or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click, and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, inaudible more than a yard away. Weary, but still cocky, there leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. "I've tried my hands and arms, and they seem to work," it began. "I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax, and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You'll want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you'll remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button, and there we were, Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that, smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale till right at the end, and even then I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see. But, of course, you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely color film all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy from Farside Observatory, back of the moon. Just back from a proving flight, cum astronomical survey, in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You'll find you can name your price. And don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I told you how we happened to find Chang, didn't I? That's what the natives call it. walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 g gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives aren't very technical. Haven't got space travel, for instance. They're good astronomers, though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1. They learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2. They brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3. They've got a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still, can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4. The 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Svendlov was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chingsi we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation. Playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes 1.5 inches long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, well, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time, he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the Whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to bust. Everybody laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men. The sweetish stink of burned flesh and the choking reek of scorching insulation. The boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up, and in the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape. 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there, like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello again. And goodbye. Sorry about that. I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything. and the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen, and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and that brought me round. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars, instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of meters and mutter about residual folds in stress-free space. Our task was easy because we were about half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found out what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another, equally skilled, had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spaceship and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away, except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve, and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of Earth. Something was wrong all right, and this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless. For, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again, you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously, and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation, it was no good because it has rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got us all into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Kazamian canceled our downward velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved up away over China, and from about 50 miles high, we saw the whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour makes an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. The only thing that saved me was a spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet. That's how he'd escaped. And I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed, and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish black sky. I tumbled head over heels towards a huge, curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack this suit and let some air in, but I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was silence for a while except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours he returned to the hollow, squatted down and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably wearier. Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse. I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French, and there I stick. Listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky, but light, and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about half a mile of snow, and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn, but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. Number 1, the Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. Number 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinkin' bad luck that went on till it looks fishy. We lost the ship. We lost the launch. All but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck, good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way, but the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and the Jonah, bad luck bringers. Superstition? Maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the spaceflight records. Talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is, I've survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that gradually got steeper and seemed to go on forever, Mad Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. The End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After a Few Words by Gordon Randall Garrett. This is a science fiction story. History is a science. The other part is, as all Americans know, the most fictional field we have today. He settled himself comfortably in his seat and carefully put the helmet on, pulling it down firmly until it was properly seated. For a moment he could see nothing. Then his hand moved up and, with a flick of the wrist, lifted the visor. Ahead of him, in serried array, with lances erect and pennons flying, was the forward part of the column. Far ahead, he knew, were the Knights Templars who had taken the advance. Behind the Templars rode the mailed knights of Brittany and Anjou. These were followed by King Guy of Jerusalem and the host of Poitou. He himself, Sir Robert de Bouain, was riding with the Norman and English troops just behind the men of Poitou. Sir Robert turned slightly in his saddle. To his right he could see the brilliant red and gold banner of the lion-hearted Richard of England. Gules impale 3 lions passant gardant or. Behind the standard-bearer, his great war-horse moving with a steady, measured pace, his coronet of gold on his steel helm gleaming in the glaring desert sun, The lions of England on his firm-held shield was the king himself. Further behind, the Knights Hospitallers protected the rear, guarding the column of the hosts of Christendom from harassment by the Bedouins. "Bow, lady," came a voice from his left. 3 days out from Acre, and the accursed Saracens still elude us." Sir Robert de Bouain twisted again in his saddle to look at the knight riding alongside him. Sir Gaeton de l'Arc Tombé sat tall and straight in his saddle, his visor up, his blue eyes narrowed against the glare of the sun. Sir Robert's lips formed a smile. "They are not far off, Sir Gaeton. They have been following us. As we march parallel to the sea-coast, so they have been marching with us in those hills to the east." "Like the jackals they are," said Sir Gaeton. "They assail us from the rear, and they set up traps in our path ahead. Our spies tell us that the Turks lie ahead of us in countless numbers, and yet they fear to face us in open battle." "Is it fear, or are they merely gathering their forces?" "Both," said Sir Gaeton flatly. "They fear us, else they would not dally to amass so fearsome a force. If, as our informers tell us, there are uncounted Turks to the fore, and if, as we are aware, our rear is being dogged by the Bedouin and the Black Horsemen of Egypt, it would seem that Saladin has at hand more than enough to overcome us, were they all truly Christian knights." "Give them time. We must wait for their attack, Sir Knight. It were foolhardy to attempt to seek them in their own hills, and yet they must stop us. They will attack before we reach Jerusalem. Fear not." "You've Gascogne fear no heathen Mussulman," Sir Gaeton growled. "It's this hellish heat that is driving me mad." He pointed toward the eastern hills. "The sun is yet low, and already the heat is unbearable." Sir Robert heard his own laugh echo hollowly within his helmet. "Perhaps 'twere better to be mad when the assault comes. Madmen fight better than men of cooler blood." He knew that the others were baking inside their heavy armor, although he himself was not too uncomfortable. Sir Gaeton looked at him with a smile that held both irony and respect. "In truth, Sir Knight, it is apparent that you fear neither men nor heat, nor is your own blood too cool. True, I ride with your Normans and your English and your King Richard of the Lion's Heart, but I am a Gascon, and have sworn no fealty to him. But to side with the Duke of Burgundy against King Richard—" He gave a short barking laugh. "I fear no man," he went on, "but if I had to fear one, it would be Richard of England." Sir Robert's voice came like a sword, steely, flat, cold, and sharp. "My lord the king spoke in haste. He has reason to be bitter against Philip of France, as do we all. Philip has deserted the field. He has returned to France in haste, leaving the rest of us to fight the Saracen for the Holy Land, leaving only the contingent of his vassal, the Duke of Burgundy, to remain with us." "Richard of England has never been on the best of terms with Philip Augustus," said Sir Gaeton. "No, and with good cause. But he allowed his anger against Philip to color his judgment when he spoke harshly against the Duke of Burgundy. The Duke is no coward, and Richard Plantagenet well knows it. As I said, he spoke in haste." "And you intervened," said Sir Gaeton. "It was my duty." Sir Robert's voice was stubborn. "Could we have permitted a quarrel to develop between the two finest knights and war leaders in Christendom at this crucial point? The desertion of Philip of France has cost us dearly. Could we permit the desertion of Burgundy too?" "You did what must be done in honor," the Gascon concluded, "but you have not gained the love of Richard by doing so." Sir Robert felt his jaw set firmly. "My king knows I am loyal." Sir Gaeton said nothing more, but there was a look in his eyes that showed he felt that Richard of England might even doubt the loyalty of Sir Robert de Bouain. Sir Robert rode on in silence, feeling the movement of the horse beneath him. There was a sudden sound to the rear. Like a wash of the tide from the sea came the sound of Saracen war cries, and the clash of steel on steel mingled with the sounds of horses in agony and anger. Sir Robert turned his horse to look. The Negro troops of Saladin's Egyptian contingent were thundering down upon the rear. They clashed with the Hospitallers, slamming in like a rain of heavy stones, too close in for the use of bows. There was only the sword against armor, like the sound of 1,000 hammers against 1,000 anvils. "Stand fast! Stand fast! Hold them off!" It was the voice of King Richard, sounding like a clarion over the din of battle. Sir Robert felt his horse move, as though it were urging him on toward the battle, but his hand held to the reins, keeping the great charger in check. The king had said, "Stand fast," and this was no time to disobey the orders of Richard. The Saracen troops were coming in from the rear, and the Hospitallers were taking the brunt of the charge. They fought like madmen, but they were slowly being forced back. The master of the Hospitallers rode to the rear, to the king's standard, which hardly moved in the still desert air, now that the column had stopped moving. The voice of the Duke of Burgundy came to Sir Robert's ears. "Stand fast! The king bids you all to stand fast," said the Duke, his voice fading as he rode on up the column toward the Knights of Poitou and the Knights Templars. The master of the Hospitallers was speaking in a low, urgent voice to the king. "My lord, we are pressed on by the enemy and in danger of eternal infamy. We are losing our horses one after the other." "Good master," said Richard, "it is you who must sustain their attack. No one can be everywhere at once." The master of the Hospitallers nodded curtly and charged back into the fray. The king turned to Sir Baldwin de Carreo, who sat a horse near by, and pointed toward the eastern hills. "They will come from there, hitting us in the flank. We cannot afford to amass a rearward charge. To do so would be to fall directly into the hands of the Saracen." A voice very close to Sir Robert said, "Richard is right. If he goes to the aid of the Hospitallers, we will expose the column to a flank attack." It was Sir Gaeton. "My lord the king," Sir Robert heard his voice say, "is right in all but one thing. If we allow the Egyptians to take us from the rear, there will be no need for Saladin and his Turks to come down on our flank, and the Hospitallers cannot hold for long at this rate. A charge at full gallop would break the Egyptian line and give the Hospitallers breathing time. Are you with me?" "Against the orders of the king?" "The king cannot see everything. There are times when a man must use his own judgment. You said you were afraid of no man. Are you with me?" After a moment's hesitation, Sir Gaeton couched his lance. "I'm with you, Sir Knight. Live or die, I follow. Strike, and strike hard." "Forward, then!" Sir Robert heard himself shouting. "Forward for St. George and for England!" "St. George and England!" the Gascon echoed. Two great war horses began to move ponderously forward toward the battle lines, gaining momentum as they went. Moving in unison, the two knights, their horses now at a fast trot, lowered their lances, picking their Saracen targets with care. Larger and larger loomed the Egyptian cavalrymen as the horses changed pace to a thundering gallop. The Egyptians tried to dodge as they saw too late the approach of the Christian knights. Sir Robert felt the shock against himself and his horse as the steel tip of the long ash lance struck the Saracen horseman in the chest. Out of the corner of his eye he saw that Sir Gaeton too had scored. The Saracen, impaled on Sir Robert's lance, shot from the saddle as he died. His lighter armor had hardly impeded the incoming spear point, and now his body dragged it down as he dropped toward the desert sand. Another Moslem cavalryman was charging in now, swinging his curved saber, taking advantage of Sir Robert's sagging lance. There was nothing else to do but drop the lance and draw his heavy broadsword. His hand grasped it, and it came singing from its scabbard. The Egyptian's curved sword clanged against Sir Robert's helm, setting his head ringing. In return, the knight's broadsword came about in a sweeping arc, and the Egyptian's horse rode on with the rider's headless body. Behind him, Sir Robert heard further cries of "St. George and England!" The Hospitallers, taking heart at the charge, were going in. Behind them came the Count of Champagne, the Earl of Leicester, and the Bishop of Beauvais, who carried a great war-hammer in order that he might not break church law by shedding blood. Sir Robert's own sword rose and fell, cutting and hacking at the enemy. He himself felt a dreamlike detachment, as though he were watching the battle rather than participating in it. But he could see that the Moslems were falling back before the Christian onslaught. And then, quite suddenly, there seemed to be no foeman to swing at. Breathing heavily, Sir Robert sheathed his broadsword. Beside him, Sir Gaeton did the same, saying, "It will be a few minutes before they can regroup, Sir Knight. We may have routed them completely." "Aye, but King Richard will not approve of my breaking ranks and disobeying orders. I may win the battle and lose my head in the end." "There is no time to worry about the future," said the Gascon. "Rest for a moment and relax, that you may be stronger later. Here, have an Old King's." He took a pack of cigarettes in his gauntleted hand, which he proffered to Sir Robert. There were 3 cigarettes protruding from it, one slightly farther than the others. Sir Robert's hand reached out and took that one. "Thanks. When the going gets rough, I really enjoy an Old King's." He put one end of the cigarette in his mouth and let the other from the lighter in Sir Gaeton's hand. "Yes, sir," said Sir Gaeton, after lighting his own cigarette. "Old Kings are the greatest. They give a man real deep-down smoking pleasure." "There's no doubt about it. Old Kings are a man's cigarette." Sir Robert could feel the soothing smoke in his lungs as he inhaled deeply. "That's great. When I want a cigarette, I don't want just any cigarette." "Nor I," agreed the Gascon. "Old Kings is the only real cigarette when you're doing a real man's work." "That's for sure." Sir Robert watched a smoke ring expand in the air. There was a sudden clash of arms off to their left. Sir Robert dropped his cigarette to the ground. The trouble is that doing a real he-man's work doesn't always allow you to enjoy the fine, rich tobaccos of Old Kings right down to the very end. "No, but you can always light another later," said the Gascon knight. King Richard, on seeing his army moving suddenly toward the harassed rear, had realized the danger and had charged through the Hospitallers to get into the thick of the fray. Now the Turks were charging down from the hills, hitting not the flank, as he had expected, but the rear. Saladin had expected him to hold fast. Sir Robert and Sir Gaeton spurred their chargers toward the flapping banner of England. The fierce warrior king of England, his mighty sword in hand, was cutting down Turks as though they were grain stalks, but still the Saracen horde pressed on. More and more of the terrible Turks came boiling down out of the hills, their glittering scimitars swinging. Sir Robert lost all track of time. There was nothing to do but keep his own great broadsword moving, swinging like some gigantic metronome as he hacked down the Moslem foes. And then, suddenly, he found himself surrounded by the Saracens. He was isolated and alone, cut off from the rest of the Christian forces. He glanced quickly around as he slashed another Saracen from pate to breastbone. Where was Sir Gaeton? Where were the others? Where was the red and gold banner of Richard? He caught a glimpse of the fluttering banner far to the rear and started to fall back. And then he saw another knight nearby, a huge man who swung his sparkling blade with power and force. On his steel helm gleamed a golden coronet. Richard! And the great king, in spite of his prowess, was outnumbered heavily and would, within seconds, be cut down by the Saracen horde. Without hesitation, Sir Robert plunged his horse toward the surrounded monarch, his great blade cutting a path before him. He saw Richard go down, falling from the saddle of his charger, but by that time his own sword was cutting into the screaming Saracens, and they had no time to attempt any further mischief to the king. They had their hands full with Sir Robert de Bouain. He did not know how long he fought there, holding his charger motionless over the inert body of the fallen king, hewing down the screaming enemy, but presently he heard the familiar cry of "For St. George and for England!" behind him. The Norman and English troops were charging in, bringing with them the banner of England. And then Richard was on his feet, cleaving the air about him with his own broadsword. Its bright edge, besmeared with Saracen blood, was biting viciously into the foe. The Turks began to fall back. Within seconds the Christian knights were boiling around the embattled pair, forcing the Turks into retreat. And for the second time Sir Robert found himself with no one to fight. And then a voice was saying, "You have done well this day, Sir Knight. Richard Plantagenet will not forget." Sir Robert turned in his saddle to face the smiling king. "My lord king, be assured that I would never forget my loyalty to my sovereign and liege lord. My sword and my life are yours whenever you call." King Richard's gauntleted hand grasped his own. "If it please God, I shall never ask your life. An earldom awaits you when we return to England, Sir Knight." And then the king mounted his horse, and was running full gallop after the retreating Saracens. Robert took off his helmet. He blinked for a second to adjust his eyes to the relative dimness of the studio. After the brightness of the desert that the televicarian helmet had projected into his eyes, the studio seemed strangely cave-like. "How'd you like it, Bob?" asked one of the two producers of the show. Robert Bowen nodded briskly and patted the televic helmet. "It was okay," he said. "Good show. A little talky at the beginning, and it needs a better fade-out, but the action scenes were fine. The sponsor ought to like it, for a while at least." "What do you mean, for a while?" Robert Bowen sighed. "If this thing goes on the air the way it is, he'll lose sales." "Why? Commercial not good enough?" "Too good. Man, I've smoked Old Kings, and believe me, the real thing never tasted as good as that cigarette did in the commercial." End of After a Few Words by Gordon Randall Garrett.
The Diamond Maker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerome Lawson. April 2008. The Diamond Maker by H. G. Wells. Some business had detained me in Chancery Lane 9 in the evening, and thereafter, having some inkling of a headache, I was disinclined either for entertainment or further work. So much of the sky as the high cliffs of that narrow canon of traffic left visible spoke of a serene night, and I determined to make my way down to the embankment, and rest my eyes and cool my head by watching the variegated lights upon the river. Beyond comparison, the night is the best time for this place. A merciful darkness hides the dirt of the waters, and the lights of this transitional age, red glaring orange, gas yellow, and electric white, are set in shadowy outlines of every possible shade between gray and deep purple. Through the arches of Waterloo Bridge 100 points of light mark the sweep of the embankment, and above its parapets rise the towers of Westminster, warm gray against the starlight. The black river goes by with only a rare ripple breaking its silence, and disturbing the reflections of the lights that swim upon its surface. "A warm night," said a voice at my side. I turned my head, and saw the profile of a man who was leaning over the parapet beside me. It was a refined face, not unhandsome, though pinched and pale enough, and the coat collar turned up and pinned round the throat marked his status in life as sharply as a uniform. I felt I was committed to the price of a bed and breakfast if I answered him. I looked at him curiously. Would he have anything to tell me worth the money, or was he the common incapable? Incapable even of telling his own story. There was a quality of intelligence in his forehead and eyes, and a certain tremulousness in his nether lip that decided me. "Very warm," said I, "but not too warm for us here." "No," he said, still looking across the water. "It is pleasant enough here, just now." "It is good," he continued after a pause, "to find anything so restful as this in London, after one has been fretting about business all day, about getting on, meeting obligations and parrying dangers. I do not know what one would do if it were not for such pacific corners." He spoke with long pauses between the sentences. "You must know a little of the irksome labour of the world, or you would not be here. But I doubt if you can be so brain-weary and footsore as I am. Bah! Sometimes I doubt if the game is worth the candle. I feel inclined to throw the whole thing over, name, wealth, and position, and take to some more modest trade. But I know if I abandon my ambition, hardly as she uses me, I should have nothing but remorse left for the rest of my days." He became silent. I looked at him in astonishment. If ever I saw a man hopelessly hard up, it was the man in front of me. He was ragged and he was dirty, unshaven and unkempt. He looked as though he had been left in a dustbin for a week, and he was talking to me of the irksome worries of a large business. I almost laughed outright. Either he was mad, or playing a sorry jest on his own poverty. If high aims and high positions, said I, have their drawbacks of hard work and anxiety, they have their compensations. Influence, the power of doing good, of assisting those weaker and poorer than ourselves, and there is even a certain gratification in display. My banter under the circumstances was in very vile taste. I spoke on the spur of the contrast of his appearance and speech. I was sorry even while I was speaking. He turned a haggard, but very composed face upon me. Said he, "I forgot myself. Of course you would not understand." He measured me for a moment. "No doubt it is very absurd. You will not believe me even when I tell you, so that it is fairly safe to tell you. And it will be a comfort to tell someone. I really have a big business in hand, a very big business. But there are troubles just now. The fact is, I make diamonds." "I suppose," said I, "you are out of work just at present?" "I'm sick of being disbelieved," he said impatiently, and suddenly unbuttoning his wretched coat, he pulled out a little canvas bag that was hanging by a cord round his neck. From this he produced a brown pebble. "I wonder if you know enough to know what that is." He handed it to me. Now, a year or so ago, I had occupied my leisure in taking a London science degree, so that I have a smattering of physics and mineralogy. The thing was not unlike an uncut diamond of the darker sort, though far too large, being almost as big as the top of my thumb. I took it, and saw it had the form of a regular octahedron, with the curved faces peculiar to the most precious of minerals. I took out my penknife and tried to scratch it, vainly. Leaning forward towards the gas lamp, I tried the thing on my watch glass, and scored a white line across that with the greatest ease. I looked at my interlocutor with rising curiosity. It certainly is rather like a diamond. But if so, it's a behemoth of diamonds. Where did you get it? "I tell you I made it," he said. "Give it back to me." He replaced it hastily and buttoned his jacket. "I will sell it to you for £100, he suddenly whispered eagerly. With that my suspicions returned. The thing might, after all, be merely a lump of that almost equally hard substance, corundum, with an accidental resemblance in shape to the diamond. Or if it was diamond, how came he by it, and why should he offer it at £100? We looked into one another's eyes. He seemed eager, but honestly eager. At that moment I believed it was the diamond he was trying to sell. Yet I am a poor man. £100 would leave a visible gap in my fortunes, and no sane man would buy a diamond by gaslight from a ragged tramp on his personal warranty only. Still, a diamond that size conjured up a vision of many thousands of pounds. Then, thought I, such a stone could scarcely exist without being mentioned in every book on gems. And again I called to mind the stories of contraband and light-fingered Kaffirs at the Cape. I put the question of purchase on one side. "How did you get it?" said I. "I made it." I had heard something of Moissan, but I knew his artificial diamonds were very small. I shook my head. "You seem to know something of this kind of thing. I will tell you a little about myself. Perhaps then you may think better of the purchase." He turned round with his back to the river, and put his hands in his pockets. He sighed. "I know you will not believe me." "Diamonds," he began, and as he spoke his voice lost its faint flavour of the tramp and assumed something of the easy tone of an educated man, "are to be made by throwing carbon out of combination in a suitable flux and under a suitable pressure. The carbon crystallizes out, not as black lead or charcoal powder, but as small diamonds. So much has been known to chemists for years, but no one yet had hit upon exactly the right flux in which to melt up the carbon, or exactly the right pressure for the best results. Consequently, the diamonds made by chemists are small and dark, and worthless as jewels. Now I, you know, have given up my life to this problem. Given my life to it. I began to work on the conditions of diamond making when I was 17, and now I am 32. It seemed to me that it might take all the thoughts and energies of a man for 10 years, or 20 years. But even if it did, the game was still worth the candle. Suppose one to have at last just hit the right trick before the secret got out, and diamonds became as common as coal. One might realize millions. Millions. He paused and looked for my sympathy. His eyes shone hungrily. "To think," said he, "that I am on the verge of it all, and here." "I had," he proceeded, "about £1,000 when I was 21, and this, I thought, eked out by a little teaching, will keep my researches going. A year or two was spent in study, at Berlin chiefly, and then I continued on my own account. The trouble was the secrecy. You see, if once I had let out what I was doing, other men might have been spurred on by my belief in the practicability of the idea, and I do not pretend to be such a genius as to have been sure of coming in first, in the case of a race for the discovery. And you see, it was important that if I really meant to make a pile, people should not know it was an artificial process, and capable of turning out diamonds by the ton. So I had to work all alone. At first I had a little laboratory, but as my resources began to run out, I had to conduct my experiments in a wretched, unfurnished room in Kentish Town, where I slept at last on a straw mattress on the floor, among all my apparatus. The money simply flowed away. I grudged myself everything except scientific appliances. I tried to keep things going by a little teaching, but I am not a very good teacher, and I have no university degree, nor very much education except in chemistry, and I found I had to give a lot of time and labor for precious little money. But I got nearer and nearer the thing. 3 years ago I settled the problem of the composition of the flux, and got near the pressure by putting this flux of mine and a certain carbon composition into a closed-up gun barrel, filling up with water, sealing tightly, and heating. He paused. "Rather risky," said I. "Yes. It burst, and smashed all my windows and a lot of my apparatus, but I got a kind of diamond powder nonetheless. Following out the problem of getting a big pressure upon the molten mixture from which the things were to crystallize, I hit upon some researches of Daubry's at the Paris Laboratoire de Poudre et Salpetre. He exploded dynamite in a tightly screwed steel cylinder, too strong to burst, and I found he could crush rocks into a muck not unlike the South African bed in which diamonds are found. It was a tremendous strain on my resources, but I got a steel cylinder made for my purpose after his pattern. I put all my stuff and my explosives, built up a fire in my furnace, put the whole concern in, and went out for a walk." I could not help laughing at his matter-of-fact manner. "Did you not think it would blow up the house? Were there other people in the place?" "It was in the interest of science," he said ultimately. "There was a costermonger family on the floor below, a begging letter-writer in the room behind mine, and 2 flower women were upstairs. Perhaps it was a bit thoughtless, but possibly some of them were out. When I came back the thing was just where I left it, among the white-hot coals. The explosive hadn't burst the case, and then I had a problem to face. You know time is an important element in crystallization. If you hurry the process, the crystals are small. It is only by prolonged standing that they grow to any size. I resolved to let this apparatus cool for 2 years, letting the temperature go down slowly during the time. And I was now quite out of money, and with a big fire and the rent of my room, as well as my hunger to satisfy, I had scarcely a penny in the world. I can hardly tell you all the shifts I was put to while I was making the diamonds. I've sold newspapers, held horses, opened cab doors. For many weeks I addressed envelopes. I had a place as assistant to a man who owned a barrow, and used to call down one side of the road while he called down the other. Once for a week I had absolutely nothing to do, so I begged. What a week that was! One day the fire was going out, and I had eaten nothing all day, and a little chap, taking his girl out, gave me 6pence, to show off. Thank heaven for vanity. How the fish shops smelt! But I went and spent it all on coals, and had the furnace bright red again, and then, well, hunger makes a fool of a man. At last, 3 weeks ago, I let the fire out. I took my cylinder and unscrewed it while it was still so hot that it punished my hands, and I scraped out the crumbling lava-like mass with a chisel, and hammered it into a powder upon an iron plate, and I found 3 big diamonds and 5 small ones. As I sat on the floor hammering, my door opened, and my neighbour, the begging letter-writer, came in. He was drunk, as he usually is. "Nerkist," said he. "You're drunk," said I. "Destructive scoundrel," said he. "Go to your father," said I, meaning the father of lies. "Never you mind," said he, and gave me a cunning wink, and hiccuped, and leaning up against the door, with his other eye against the doorpost, began to babble of how he had been prying in my room, and how he had gone to the police that morning, and how they had taken down everything he had to say. "'Sif I was a gentleman,' said he. Then I suddenly realized I was in a hole. Either I should have to tell these police my little secret, and get the whole thing blown upon, or be lagged as an anarchist. So I went up to my neighbour and took him by the collar, and rolled him about a bit, and then I gathered up my diamonds and cleared out. The evening newspapers called my den the Kentish Town Bomb Factory, and now I cannot part with the things for love or money. If I go into respectable jewellers, they ask me to wait, and go and whisper to a clerk to fetch a policeman, and then I say I cannot wait. And I found out a receiver of stolen goods, and he simply stuck to the one I gave him, and told me to prosecute if I wanted it back. I am going about now with several £100,000 worth of diamonds round my neck, and without either food or shelter. You are the first person I have taken into my confidence. But I like your face, and I am hard driven." He looked into my eyes. "It would be madness," said I, "for me to buy a diamond under the circumstances. Besides, I do not carry hundreds of pounds about in my pocket. Yet I more than half believe your story. I will, if you like, do this. Come to my office tomorrow." "You think I am a thief," said he keenly. "You will tell the police. I am not coming into a trap. Somehow I am assured you are no thief. Here's my card. Take that anyhow. You need not come to any appointment. Come when you will." He took the card, and in earnest of my goodwill. "Think better of it and come," said I. He shook his head doubtfully. "I will pay back your half-crown with interest some day. Such interest as will amaze you," said he. "Anyhow, you will keep the secret? Don't follow me." He crossed the road and went into the darkness toward the little steps under the archway leading into Essex Street, and I let him go. And that was the last I ever saw of him. Afterwards I had 2 letters from him asking me to send banknotes, not checks, to certain addresses. I weighed the matter over, and took what I conceived to be the wisest course. Once he called upon me when I was out. My urchin described him as a very thin, dirty, and ragged man, with a dreadful cough. He left no message. That was the finish of him so far as my story goes. I wonder sometimes what has become of him. Was he an ingenious monomaniac, or a fraudulent dealer in pebbles, or has he really made diamonds as he asserted? The latter is just sufficiently credible to make me think at times that I have missed the most brilliant opportunity of my life. He may of course be dead, and his diamonds carelessly thrown aside. One, I repeat, was almost as big as my thumb. Or he may be still wandering about trying to sell the things. It is just possible he may yet emerge upon society, and, passing athwart my heavens, in the serene altitude sacred to the wealthy and the well-advertised, reproach me silently for my want of enterprise. I sometimes think I might have at least risked £5. End of The Diamond Maker by H. G. Wells. Recording by Jerome Lawson. April 2008.
Is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, more LibriVox recordings, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording read for you by Perry Clayton. Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. It took a long time for human beings to accept that our little piece of meteoric rubble wasn't the exact and absolute center of the universe. It does appear that way, doesn't it? It may not take so long for a spaceman to learn. Near the end of his 15th orbit, as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over control. Everything normal. All mechanical devices were operating perfectly. This information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing both on the ground and as empty satellites before entrusting them to carry animals, and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the earth and the stars altered over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that even during his initial orbit, when the earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily. For there had been 2 men hurled into orbit before he had ventured into space, 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending upon what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living, but this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of the descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground, but this too was part of the careful planning. Radio control of the retro rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that, in spite of all precautions, he was dead, because he had not fired the rockets on the 50th orbit, and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers and all others were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 30th. His incoherent babble of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsy of even selected brain tissue seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a 3rd time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and although he had anticipated each event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feeling as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate the experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit, he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but in only a remote way. A vague indistinctness born of distance served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas, which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of his 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The End of Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Read for you by Perry Clayton.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerome Lawson, July 2008. Flight from Tomorrow by H. Beam Piper. Hunted and hated in two worlds, Hradzka dreamed of a monomaniac's glory, stranded in the past with his knowledge of the future. But he didn't know the past quite well enough. 1. But yesterday, a whole planet had shouted, "Hail Hradzka! Hail the leader!" Today they were screaming, "Death to Hradzka! Kill the tyrant!" The palace, where Hradzka, surrounded by his sycophants and guards, had lorded it over a solar system, was now an inferno. Those who had been too closely identified with the dictator's rule to hope for forgiveness were fighting to the last, seeking only a quick death in combat. One by one, their isolated points of resistance were being wiped out. The corridors and chambers of the huge palace were thronged with rebels, loud with their shouts, and with the rasping hiss of heat beams and the crash of blasters, reeking with the stench of scorched plastic and burned flesh, of hot metal and charred fabric. The living quarters were overrun. The mob smashed down walls and tore up floors in search of secret hiding places. They found strange things. The spaceship that had been built under one of the domes, in readiness for flight to the still loyal colonies of Mars or the asteroid belt, for instance. But Hradzka himself they could not find. At last, the search reached the new tower which reared its head 5,000 feet above the palace, the highest thing in the city. They blasted down the huge steel doors, cut the power from the energy screens. They landed from anti-grav cars on the upper levels, but except for barriers of metal and concrete and energy, they met with no opposition. Finally they came to a spiral stairway which led up to the great metal sphere which capped the whole structure. General Zarvis, the army commander who had placed himself at the head of the revolt, stood with his foot on the lowest step, his followers behind him. There was Prince Burvani, the leader of the old nobility, and Gorzesko Orm, the merchant, and between them stood Tobe, the chieftain of the mutinous slaves. There were clerks, laborers, poor but haughty nobles, and wealthy merchants who had long been forced to hide their riches from the dictator's tax gatherers and soldiers and spacemen. "You better let one of us go first, sir," General Zarvis orderly, a blood-stained bandage about his head, his uniform in rags, suggested. "You don't know what might be up there." The general shook his head. "I'll go first." Zarvis Pol was not the man to send subordinates into danger ahead of himself. "To tell the truth, I'm afraid we won't find anything at all up there." "You mean—" Gorzesko Orm began. "The time machine," Zarvis Pol replied. "If he's managed to get it finished, the Great Mind only knows where he may be now. Or when." He loosened the blaster in his holster and started up the long spiral. His followers spread out. Below, sharpshooters took position to cover his ascent. Prince Burvani and Tobe the slave started to follow him. They hesitated as each motioned the other to precede him. Then the nobleman followed the general, his blaster drawn, and the brawny slave behind him. The door at the top was open, and Zarvis Pol stepped through, but there was nothing in the great spherical room except a raised dais, some 50 feet in diameter, its polished metal top strangely clean and empty, and a crumpled heap of burned cloth and charred flesh that had been, not long ago, a man. An old man with a white beard, and the 7-pointed star of the Learned Brothers on his breast, advanced to meet the armed intruders. "So he is gone, Kradzizago?" Zarvis Pol said, holstering his weapon. "Gone in the time machine, to hide in yesterday or tomorrow? And you let him go?" The old one nodded. "He had a blaster, and I had none." He indicated the body on the floor. "Zoldy Jarv had no blaster either, but he tried to stop Hradzka. See, he squandered his life as a fool squanders his money, getting nothing for it. And a man's life is not money, Zarvis Pol."
"I do not blame you, Kradzi Zago," General Zarvis said. "But now you must get to work, and build us another time machine, so that we can hunt him down."
"Does revenge mean so much to you, then?"
The soldier made an impatient gesture. "Revenge is for fools, like that screaming pack of beasts below. I do not kill for revenge. I kill because dead men do no harm."
"Hradzka will do us no more harm," the old scientist replied. "He is a thing of yesterday, of a time long past and half lost in the mists of legend."
"No matter, as long as he exists, at any point in space-time. Hradzka is still a threat. Revenge means much to Hradzka. He will return for it, when we least expect him."
The old man shook his head. "No, Zarvis Pol. Hradzka will not return." Hradzka holstered his blaster, threw the switch that sealed the time machine, put on the anti-grav unit, and started the time shift unit. He reached out and set the destination dial for the mid-52nd century of the atomic era. That would land him in the 9th age of chaos, following the two-century war and the collapse of the world theocracy. A good time for his purpose. The world would be slipping back into barbarism, and yet possess the technology of former civilizations. 100 little national states would be trying to gain social stability, competing and warring with each other. Hradzka glanced back over his shoulder at the cases of books, record spools, tridimensional pictures, and scale models. These people of the past would welcome him in his science of the future, would make him their leader. He would start in a small way, by taking over the local feudal or tribal government, would arm his followers with weapons of the future. Then he would impose his rule upon neighboring tribes, or princedoms, or communes, or whatever, and build a strong sovereignty. From that he envisioned a world empire, a solar system empire. Then he would build time machines, many time machines. He would recruit an army such as the universe had never seen, a swarm of men from every age in the past. At that point, he would return to the 100th century of the atomic era, to wreak vengeance upon those who had risen against him. A thin smile grew on Hradzka's thin lips as he thought of the tortures with which he would put Zarvis Pol to death. He glanced up at the great disk of the indicator and frowned. Already he was back to the year 7500 AE, and the temporal displacement had begun to slow. The disk was turning even more rapidly. 7,000, 6,000, 5,500. He gasped slightly. Then he had passed his destination. He was now in the 40th century, but the indicator was slowing. The hairline crossed the 30th century, the 20th, the 15th, the 10th. He wondered what had gone wrong, but he had recovered from his fright by this time. When the insane machine stopped, as it must around the 1st century of the atomic era, he would investigate, make repairs, then shift forward to his target point. Hradzka was determined upon the 52nd century. He had made a special study of the history of that period, had learned the language spoken then, and he understood the methods necessary to gain power over the natives of that time. The indicator disc came to a stop in the 1st century. He switched on the magnifier and leaned forward to look. He had emerged into normal time in the year 10 of the atomic era, a decade after the first uranium pile had gone into operation, and 7 years after the first atomic bombs had been exploded in warfare. The altimeter showed that he was hovering at 8,000 feet above ground level. Slowly, he cut out the antigrav, letting the time machine down easily. He knew that there had been no danger of materializing inside anything. The new tower had been built to put it above anything that had occupied that space point at any moment within history, or legend, or even the geological knowledge of man. What lay below, however, was uncertain. It was night. The visa screen showed only a star-dusted, moonless sky and dark shadows below. He snapped another switch. For a few microseconds a beam of intense light was turned on, automatically photographing the landscape under him. A second later, the developed picture was projected upon another screen. It showed only wooded mountains and a barren, brush-grown valley. The time machine came to rest with a soft jar and a crashing of broken bushes that was audible through the sound pickup. Hradzka pulled the main switch. There was a click as the shielding went out and the door opened. A breath of cool night air drew into the hollow sphere. Then there was a loud bang inside the mechanism, and a flash of blue-white light which turned to pinkish flame with a nasty crackling. Curls of smoke began to rise from the square black box that housed the time-shift mechanism, and from behind the instrument board. In a moment, everything was glowing hot. Driblets of aluminum and silver were running down the instruments. Then the whole interior of the time machine was afire. There was barely time for Hradzka to leap through the open door. The brush outside impeded him, and he used his blaster to clear a path for himself away from the big sphere, which was now glowing faintly on the outside. The heat grew in intensity, and the brush outside was taking fire. It was not until he had gotten 200 yards from the machine that he stopped, realizing what had happened. The machine, of course, had been sabotaged. That would have been young Zoldy, whom he had killed, or that old billy goat, Karadzi Zago, the latter most likely. He cursed both of them for having marooned him in this savage age, at the very beginning of atomic civilization, with all his printed and recorded knowledge destroyed. Oh, he could still gain mastery over these barbarians. He knew enough to fashion a crude blaster, or a heat beam gun, or an atomic electric conversion unit. But without his books and records, he could never build an anti-grav unit, and the secret of the temporal shift was lost. For time is not an object, or a medium which can be traveled along. The time machine was not a vehicle. It was a mechanical process for displacement within the space-time continuum. And those who constructed it knew that it could not be used with the sort of accuracy that the dials indicated. Hradzka had ordered his scientists to produce a time machine, and they had combined the possible displacement within the space-time continuum with the sort of fiction the dictator demanded, for their own well-being. Even had there been no sabotage, his return to his own time was nearly of zero probability. The fire, spreading from the time machine, was blowing toward him. He observed the wind direction and hurried around out of the path of the flames. The light enabled him to pick his way through the brush, and after crossing a small stream, he found a rutted road and followed it up the mountainside until he came to a place where he could rest concealed until morning. 2. It was broad daylight when he woke, and there was a strange throbbing sound. Hradzka lay motionless under the brush where he had slept, his blaster ready. In a few minutes a vehicle came into sight, following the road down the mountainside. It was a large thing, four-wheeled, with a projection in front which probably housed the engine and a cab for the operator. The body of the vehicle was simply an open rectangular box. There were 2 men in the cab, and about 20 or 30 more crowded into the box body. These were dressed in faded and nondescript garments of blue and gray and brown. All were armed with crude weapons, axes, billhooks, long-handed instruments with serrated edges, and what looked like broad-bladed spears. The vehicle itself, which seemed to have been propelled by some sort of chemical explosion engine, was dingy and mud-splattered. The men in it were ragged and unshaven. Hradzka snorted in contempt. They were probably warriors of the local tribe, going to the fire in the belief that it had been started by raiding enemies. When they found the wreckage of the time machine, they would no doubt believe that it was the chariot of some god and drag it home to be venerated. A plan of action was taking shape in his mind. First, he must get clothing of the sort worn by these people, and find a safe hiding place for his own things. Then, pretending to be a deaf mute, he would go among them to learn something of their customs and pick up the language. When he had done that, he would move to another tribe or village, able to tell a credible story for himself. For a while, it would be necessary for him to do menial work, but in the end, he would establish himself among these people. Then he could gather around him a faction of those who were dissatisfied with whatever conditions existed, organize a conspiracy, make arms for his followers, and start his program of power seizure. The matter of clothing was attended to shortly after he had crossed the mountain, and descended into the valley on the other side. Hearing a clinking sound some distance from the road, as of metal striking stone, Hradzka stole cautiously through the woods until he came within sight of a man who was digging with a mattock, uprooting small bushes of a particular sort, with rough gray bark and 3-pointed leaves. When he had dug one up, he would cut off the roots and then slice away the root bark with a knife, putting it into a sack. Hradzka's lip curled contemptuously. The fellow was gathering the stuff for medical use. He had heard of the use of roots and herbs for such purposes by the ancient savages. The blaster would be no use here. It was too powerful, and would destroy the clothing that the man was wearing. He unfastened a strap from his belt and attached it to his stone to form a hand loop, then inched forward behind the lone herb gatherer. When he was close enough, he straightened and rushed forward, swinging his improvised weapon. The man heard him and turned. Too late. After undressing his victim, Hradzka used the mattock to finish him, and then to dig a grave. The fugitive buried his own clothes with the murdered man, and donned the faded blue shirt, rough shoes, worn trousers, and jacket. The blaster he concealed under the jacket, and he kept a few other 100th century gadgets. These he would hide somewhere closer to his center of operations. He had kept, among other things, a small box of food concentrate capsules, and in one pocket of the newly acquired jacket he found a package containing food. It was rough and unappetizing fare. Slices of cold cooked meat between slices of some cereal substance. He ate these before filling in the grave, and put the paper wrappings in with the dead man. Then, his work finished, he threw the mattock into the brush and set out again, grimacing disgustedly and scratching himself. The clothing he had appropriated was verminous. Crossing another mountain, he descended into a second valley, and for a time lost his way among a tangle of narrow ravines. It was dark by the time he mounted a hill and found himself looking down another valley, in which a few scattered lights gave evidence of human habitations. Not wishing to arouse suspicion by approaching these in the nighttime, he found a place among some young evergreens where he could sleep. The next morning, having breakfasted on a concentrate capsule, he found a hiding place for his blaster in a hollow tree. It was in a sufficiently prominent position so that he could easily find it again, and at the same time unlikely to be discovered by some native. Then he went down into the inhabited valley. He was surprised at the ease with which he established contact with the natives. The first dwelling which he approached, a cluster of farm buildings at the upper end of the valley, gave him shelter. There was a man, clad in the same sort of rough garments Hradzka had taken from the body of the herb gatherer, and a woman in a faded and shapeless dress. The man was thin and work-bent, the woman short and heavy. Both were past middle age. He made inarticulate sounds to attract their attention, then gestured to his mouth and ears to indicate his assumed affliction. He rubbed his stomach to portray hunger. Looking about, he saw an axe sticking in a chopping block, and a pile of wood near it, probably the fuel used by these people. He took the axe, split up some of the wood, then repeated the hunger signs. The man and the woman both nodded, laughing. He was shown a pile of tree limbs, and the man picked up a short billet of wood and used it like a measuring rule, to indicate that all the wood was to be cut to that length. Hradzka fell to work, and by mid-morning he had all the wood cut. He had seen a circular stone, mounted on a trestle with a metal axle through it, and judged it to be some sort of grinding wheel, since it was fitted with a foot pedal, and a rusty metal can was set above it to spill water onto the grinding edge. After chopping the wood, he carefully sharpened the axe, handing it to the man for inspection. This seemed to please the man. He clapped Hradzka on the back, making commendatory sounds. It required considerable time and ingenuity to make himself more or less a permanent member of the household. Hradzka had made a survey of the farmyard, noting the sorts of work that would normally be performed on the farm, and he pantomimed this work in its simpler operations. He pointed to the east, where the sun would rise, and to the zenith, and to the west. He made signs indicative of eating and of sleeping, and of rising and of working. At length, he succeeded in conveying his meaning. There was considerable argument between the man and the woman, but his proposal was accepted, as he expected that it would be. It was easy to see that the work of the farm was hard for this aging couple. Now, for a place to sleep and a little food, they were able to acquire a strong and intelligent slave. It was not long before he picked up a few words which he had heard his employers using, and related them to the things or acts spoken of. And he began to notice that these people, in spite of the crudities of their own life, enjoyed some of the advantages of a fairly complex civilization. Their implements were not handcraft products, but showed machine workmanship. There were two objects hanging on hooks on the kitchen wall, which he was sure were weapons. Both had wooden shoulder stocks and wooden forepieces. They had long tubes extending to the front, and triggers like blasters. One had double tubes mounted side by side, and double triggers. The other had an octagonal tube mounted over a round tube, and a loop extension on the trigger guard. Then there was a box on the kitchen wall, with a mouthpiece and a cylindrical tube on a cord. Sometimes a bell would ring out of the box, and the woman would go to this instrument, take down the tube and hold it to her ear, and talk into the mouthpiece. There was another box from which voices would issue, of people conversing, or of orators, or of singing, and sometimes instrumental music. None of these objects were made by savages. These people probably traded with some fairly high civilization. They were not illiterate, for he found printed matter, indicating the use of some phonetic alphabet, and paper pamphlets containing reproductions of photographs, as well as verbal text. There was also a vehicle on the farm, powered, like the one he had seen on the road, by an engine in which a hydrocarbon liquid fuel was exploded. He made it his business to examine this minutely, and to study its construction and operation until he was thoroughly familiar with it. It was not until the third day after his arrival that the chickens began to die. In the morning, Hradzka found 3 of them dead when he went to feed them, the rest drooping unhealthily. He summoned the man and showed him what he had found. The next morning they were all dead, and the cow was sick. She gave bloody milk that evening, and the next morning she lay in her stall and would not get up. The man and the woman were also beginning to sicken, although both of them tried to continue their work. It was the woman who first noticed that the plants around the farmhouse were withering and turning yellow. The farmer went to the stable with Hradzka and looked at the cow. Shaking his head, he limped back to the house and returned carrying one of the weapons from the kitchen, the one with the single trigger and the octagonal tube. As he entered the stable, he jerked down and up on the loop extension of the trigger guard, then put the weapon to his shoulder and pointed it at the cow. It made a flash, and roared louder even than a hand blaster, and the cow jerked convulsively and was dead. The man then indicated by signs that Hradzka was to drag the dead cow out of the stable, dig a hole, and bury it. This Hradzka did, carefully examining the wound in the cow's head. The weapon, he decided, was not an energy weapon, but a simple solid missile projector. By evening, neither the man nor the woman were able to eat, and both seemed to be suffering intensely. The man used the communicating instrument on the wall, probably calling on his friends for help. Hradzka did what he could to make them comfortable, cooked his own meal, washed the dishes as he had seen the woman doing, and tidied up the kitchen. It was not long before people, men and women whom he had seen on the road, or who had stopped at the farmhouse while he had been there, began arriving, some carrying baskets of food, and shortly after Hradzka had eaten, a vehicle like the farmer's, but in better condition and of better quality, arrived and a young man got out of it and entered the house, carrying a leather bag. He was apparently some sort of scientist. He examined the man and his wife, asked many questions, and administered drugs. He also took samples for blood tests and urinalysis. This, Hradzka considered, was another of the many contradictions he had encountered among these people. This man behaved like an educated scientist, and seemingly had nothing in common with the peasant herb-gatherer on the mountainside. The fact was that Hradzka was worried. The strange death of the animals, the blight which had smitten the trees and vegetables around the farm, and the sickness of the farmer and his woman all mystified him. He did not know of any disease which would affect plants and animals and humans. He wondered if some poisonous gas might not be escaping from the earth near the farmhouse. However, he had not himself been affected. He also disliked the way in which the doctor and the neighbors seemed to be talking about him. While he had come to a considerable revision of his original opinion about the culture level of these people, it was possible that they might suspect him of having caused the whole thing by witchcraft. At any moment they might fall upon him and put him to death. In any case, there was no longer any use in his staying here, and it might be wise if he left at once. Accordingly, he filled his pockets with food from the pantry and slipped out of the farmhouse. Before his absence was discovered, he was well on his way down the road. 3. That night, Hradzka slept under a bridge across a fairly wide stream. The next morning, he followed the road until he came to a town. It was not a large place. There were perhaps 400 or 500 houses and other buildings in it. Most of these were dwellings like the farmhouse where he had been staying, but some were much larger, and seemed to be places of business. One of these latter was a concrete structure with wide doors at the front. Inside, he could see men working on the internal combustion vehicles which seemed to be in almost universal use. Hradzka decided to obtain employment there. It would be best, he decided, to continue his pretense of being a deaf-mute. He did not know whether a world language were in use at this time or not, and even if not, the pretense of being a foreigner unable to speak the local dialect might be dangerous. So he entered the vehicle repair shop and accosted a man in a clean shirt who seemed to be issuing instructions to the workers, going into his pantomime of the homeless mute seeking employment. The master of the repair shop merely laughed at him, however. Hradzka became more insistent in his manner, making signs to indicate his hunger and willingness to work. The other men in the shop left their tasks and gathered around. There was much laughter and unmistakably ribald and derogatory remarks. Hradzka was beginning to give up hope of getting employment here when one of the workmen approached the master and whispered something to him. The two of them walked away, conversing in low voices. Hradzka thought he understood the situation. No doubt the workman, thinking to lighten his own labor, was urging that the vagrant be employed, for no other pay than food and lodging. At length, the master assented to his employee's urgings. He returned, showing Hradzka a hose and a bucket and sponges and cloths, and set him to work cleaning the mud from one of the vehicles. Then, after seeing that the work was being done properly, he went away, entering a room at one side of the shop. About 20 minutes later, another man entered the shop. He was not dressed like any of the other people whom Hradzka had seen. He wore a gray tunic and breeches, black polished boots, and a cap with a visor and a metal insignia on it. On a belt, he carried a holstered weapon like a blaster. After speaking to one of the workers, who pointed Hradzka out to him, he approached the fugitive and said something. Hradzka made gestures at his mouth and ears and made gargling sounds. The newcomer shrugged and motioned him to come with him, at the same time producing a pair of handcuffs from his belt and jingling them suggestively. In a few seconds, Hradzka tried to analyze the situation and estimate its possibilities. The newcomer was a soldier, or more likely a policeman, since manacles were a part of his equipment. Evidently, since the evening before, a warning had been made public by means of communication devices, such as he had seen at the farm, advising people that a man of his description, pretending to be a deaf-mute, should be detained and the police notified. It had been for that reason that the workman had persuaded his master to employ Hradzka. No doubt he would be accused of causing the conditions at the farm by sorcery. Hradzka shrugged and nodded, then went to the water tap to turn off the hose he had been using. He disconnected it, coiled it, and hung it up, and then picked up the water bucket. Then, without warning, he hurled the water into the policeman's face, sprang forward, swinging the bucket by the bail, and hit the man on the head. Releasing his grip on the bucket, he tore the blaster or whatever it was from the holster. One of the workers swung a hammer, as though to throw it. Hradzka aimed the weapon at him and pulled the trigger. The thing belched fire and kicked back painfully in his hand, and the man fell. He used it again to drop the policeman, then thrust it into the waistband of his trousers and ran outside. The thing was not a blaster at all, he realized. Only a missile projector like the big weapons at the farm, using the force of some chemical explosive. The policeman's vehicle was standing outside. It was a small, single-seat, two-wheeled affair. Having become familiar with the principles of these hydrocarbon engines from examination of the vehicle of the farm, and accustomed as he was to far more complex mechanisms than this crude affair, Hradzka could see at a glance how to operate it. Springing onto the saddle, he kicked away the folding support and started the engine. Just as he did, the master of the repair shop ran outside, one of the small hand weapons in his hand, and fired several shots. They all missed, but Hradzka heard the whining sound of the missiles passing uncomfortably close to him. It was imperative that he recover the blaster he had hidden in the hollow tree at the head of the valley. By this time there would be a concerted search underway for him, and he needed a better weapon than the solid missile projector he had taken from the policeman. He did not know how many shots the things contained, but if it propelled solid missiles by chemical explosion, there could not have been more than 5 or 6 such cartridges in the cylindrical part of the weapon, which he had soon to be the charge holder. On the other hand, his blaster, a weapon of much greater power, contained enough energy for 500 blasts, and with it were 8 extra energy capsules, giving him a total of 4,500 blasts. Handling the two-wheeled vehicle was no particular problem. Although he had never ridden on anything of the sort before, it was child's play compared to controlling a 100th-century strato rocket, and Hradzka was a skilled rocket pilot. Several times he passed vehicles on the road. The passenger vehicles with enclosed cabins, and cargo vehicles piled high with farm produce. Once he encountered a large number of children, gathered in front of a big red building with a flagstaff in front, from which a queer flag, with horizontal red and white stripes, and a white spotted blue device in the corner flew. They scattered off the road in terror at his approach. Fortunately, he hit none of them, for at the speed at which he was traveling, such a collision would have wrecked his light vehicle. As he approached the farm where he had spent the past few days, he saw 2 passenger vehicles standing by the road. One was a black one, similar to the one in which the physician had come to the farm, and the other was white with black trimmings and bore the same device he had seen on the cap of the policeman. A policeman was sitting in the driver's seat of his vehicle, and another policeman was standing beside it, breathing smoke with one of the white paper cylinders these people used. In the farmyard, 2 men were going about with a square black box. To this box, a tube was connected by a wire, and they were passing the tube about over the ground. The policeman who was standing beside the vehicle saw him approach, and blew his whistle, then drew the weapon from his belt. Hradzka, who had been expecting some attempt to halt him, had let go the right-hand steering handle and drawn his own weapon. As the policeman fired, he fired at him. Without observing the effect of the shot, he sped on. Before he had rounded the bend above the farm, several shots were fired after him. A mile beyond, he came to the place where he had hidden the blaster. He stopped the vehicle and jumped off, plunging into the brush and racing toward the hollow tree. Just as he reached it, he heard a vehicle approach and stop, and the door of the police vehicle slam. Hradzka's fingers found the belt of his blaster. He dragged it out and buckled it on, tossing away the missile weapon he had been carrying. Then, crouching behind the tree, he waited. A few moments later, he caught a movement in the brush toward the road. He brought up the blaster, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. There was a faint bluish glow at the muzzle, and a blast of energy tore through the brush, smashing the molecular structure of everything that stood in the way. There was an involuntary shout of alarm from the direction of the road. At least one of the policemen had escaped the blast. Hradzka holstered his weapon and crept away for some distance, keeping under cover, then turned and waited for some sign of the presence of his enemies. For some time nothing happened. He decided to turn hunter against the men who were hunting him. He started back in the direction of the road, making a wide circle, flitting silently from rock to bush and from bush to tree, stopping often to look and listen. This finally brought him upon one of the policemen, and almost terminated his flight at the same time. He must have grown overconfident and careless. Suddenly a weapon roared, and a missile smashed through the brush inches from his face. The shot had come from his left, and a little to the rear. Whirling, he blasted 4 times in rapid succession, then turned and fled for a few yards, dropping and crawling behind a rock. When he looked back, he could see wisps of smoke rising from the shattered trees and bushes, which had absorbed the energy output of his weapon, and he caught a faint odor of burned flesh. One of his pursuers, at least, would pursue him no longer. He slipped away, down into the tangle of ravines and hollows in which he had wandered the day before his arrival on the farm. For the time being, he felt safe, and finally confident that he was not being pursued, he stopped to rest. The place where he had stopped seemed familiar, and he looked about. In a moment he recognized the little stream, the pool where he had bathed his feet, the clump of seedling vines under which he had slept. He even found the silver foil wrapping from the food concentrate capsule. But there had been a change since the night when he had slept there. Then the young pines had been green and alive. Now they were blighted, and their needles had turned brown. Hradzka stood for a long time, looking at them. It was the same blight that had touched the plants around the farmhouse, and here, among the pine needles on the ground, lay a dead bird. It took some time for him to admit to himself the implications. The vegetation, the chickens, the cow, the farmer and his wife had all sickened and died. He had been in this place, and now, when he had returned, he found that death had followed him here too. During the early centuries of the atomic era, he knew, there had been great wars, the stories of which had survived even to the 100th century. Among the weapons that had been used, there had been artificial plagues and epidemics caused by new types of bacteria developed in laboratories, against which the victims had possessed no protection. Those germs and viruses had persisted for centuries, and gradually had lost their power to harm mankind. Suppose now that he had brought some of them back with him, to a century before they had been developed. Suppose that he were now a human plague carrier. He thought of the vermin that had infested the clothing he had taken from the man he had killed on the other side of the mountain. They had not troubled him after the first day. There was a throbbing mechanical sound somewhere in the air. He looked about, and finally identified its source. A small aircraft had come over the valley from the other side of the mountain and was circling lazily overhead. He froze, shrinking back under a pine tree. As long as he remained motionless, he would not be seen, and soon the thing would go away. He was beginning to understand why the search for him was being pressed so relentlessly. As long as he remained alive, he was a menace to everybody in this first-century world. He got out his supply of food concentrates, saw that he only had 3 capsules left, and put them away again. For a long time, he sat under the dying tree, chewing on a twig and thinking. There must be some way in which he could overcome, or even utilize, his inherent deadliness to these people. He might find some isolated community, conceal himself near it, invade it at night and infect it, and then, when everybody was dead, move in and take it for himself. But was there any such isolated community? The farmhouse where he had worked had been fairly remote, yet its inhabitants had been in communication with the outside world, and the physician had come immediately in response to their call for help. The little aircraft had been circling overhead, directly above the place where he lay hidden. For a while, Hradzka was afraid it had spotted him, and was debating the advisability of using his blaster on it. Then it banked, turned, and went away. He watched it circle over the valley on the other side of the mountain, and got to his feet. 4. Almost at once there was a new sound. A multiple throbbing, at a quick, snarling tempo that hinted at enormous power, growing louder each second. Hradzka stiffened and drew his blaster. As he did, 5 more aircraft swooped over the crest of the mountain and came rushing down toward him. Not aimlessly, but as though they knew exactly where he was. As they approached, the leading edges of their wings sparkled with light. Branches began flying from the trees about him, and there was a loud hammering noise. He aimed a little in front of them and began blasting. A wing flew from one of the aircraft, and it plunged downward. Another came apart in the air. A third burst into flames. The other 2 zoomed upward quickly. Hradzka swung his blaster after them, blasting again and again. He hit a 4th with a blast of energy, knocking it to pieces, and then the 5th was out of range. He blasted at it twice, but without effect. A hand blaster was only good for 1,000 yards at the most. Holstering his weapon, he hurried away, following the stream and keeping under cover of trees. The last of the attacking aircraft had gone away, but the little scout plane was still circling about, well out of blaster range. Once or twice, Hradzka was compelled to stay hidden for some time, not knowing the nature of the pilot's ability to detect him. It was during one of those waits that the next phase of the attack developed. It began, like the last one, with a distant roar that swelled in volume until it seemed to fill the whole world. Then, 15 or 20,000 feet out of blaster range, the new attackers swept into sight. There must have been 50 of them, huge tapering things with widespread wings, flying in close formation, wave after V-shaped wave. He stood and stared at them, amazed. He had never imagined that such aircraft existed in the 1st century. Then a high-pitched screaming sound cut through the roar of the propellers, and for an instant he saw countless small specks in the sky, falling downward. The first bomb salvo landed in the young pines, where he had fought against the first air attack. Great gouts of flame shot upward, and smoke and flying earth and debris. Hradzka turned and started to run. Another salvo fell in front of him. He veered to the left and plunged on through the undergrowth. Now the bombs were falling all about him, deafening him with their thunder, shaking him with concussion. He dodged, frightened, as the trunk of a tree came crashing down beside him. Then something hit him across the back, knocking him flat. For a moment he lay stunned, then tried to rise. As he did, a searing light filled his eyes, and a wave of intolerable heat swept over him. Then darkness.
"No, Zavespol," Kradzi-Zago repeated. "Hradzka will not return. The time machine was sabotaged."
So, By you? The soldier asked. The scientist nodded.
I knew the purpose for which he intended it. Hradska was not content with having enslaved a whole solar system. He hungered to bring tyranny and serfdom to all the past, and all the future as well. He wanted to be master not only of the present, but of the centuries that were and were to be as well. I never took part in politics, Salvus Pol. I had no hand in this revolt, but I could not be a party to such a crime as Hradska contemplated, when it lay within my power to prevent it.
The machine will take him out of our space-time continuum? Or back to a time when this planet was a swirling cloud of flaming gas? Zarvis Pol asked.
Kradzi Zago shook his head. No, the unit is not powerful enough for that. It will only take him about 10,000 years into the past. But then, when it stops, the machine will destroy itself. It may destroy Hradska with it, or he may escape. But if he does, he will be left stranded 10,000 years ago, where he can do us no harm. Actually, it did not operate as he imagined, and there is an infinitely small chance that he could have returned to our time in any event. But I wanted to ensure against even so small a chance.
We can't be sure of that, Zarvis Pol objected. He may know more about the machine than you think. Enough more to build another like it. So you must build me a machine, and I'll take back a party of volunteers and hunt him down.
That will not be necessary, and you would only share his fate.
Then, apparently changing the subject, Kradzi Zago asked,
Tell me, Zarvis Pol, have you never heard the legends of the deadly radiations?
General Zarvis smiled. Who has not? Every cadet at the officers' college dreams of rediscovering them, to use as a weapon, but nobody ever has. We heard these tales of how, in the early days, atomic engines and piles, and fission bombs emitted particles which were utterly deadly, which would make anything in which they came in contact deadly, which would bring a horrible death to any human being. But these are only myths. All the ancient experiments have been duplicated time and time again, and the deadly radiation effect has never been observed. Some say that it's a mere old wives' terror tale. Some say that the deaths were caused by fear of atomic energy, when it was still unfamiliar. Others contend that the fundamental nature of atomic energy is altered by the degeneration of the fissionable matter. For my own part, I'm not enough of a scientist to have an opinion.
The old one smiled wanly. None of these theories are correct. In the beginning of the atomic era, the deadly radiations existed. They still exist, but they're no longer deadly, because all life on this planet has adapted itself to such radiations, and all living things are now immune to them.
And Hradska has returned to a time when such immunity did not exist? But would that not be to his advantage?
Remember, General, that man has been using atomic energy for 10,000 years. Our whole world has become drenched with radioactivity. The planet, the seas, the atmosphere, and every living thing are all radioactive now. Radioactivity is as natural to us as the air we breathe. Now, you remember hearing of the great wars of the first centuries of the atomic era, in which whole nations were wiped out, leaving only hundreds of survivors out of millions. You, no doubt, think that such tales are products of ignorant and barbaric imaginations, but I assure you, they are literally true. It was not the blast effect of a few bombs which created such holocausts, but the radiations released by the bombs. And those who survived to carry on the race were men and women whose systems resisted the radiations, and they transmitted to their progeny that power of resistance. In many cases, the children were mutants, not monsters, although there were many of them too which did not survive, but humans who were immune to radioactivity.
An interesting theory, Kradzi Zago, the soldier commented, and one which conforms both to what we know of atomic energy and to the ancient legends. Then would you say that those radiations are still deadly? To the non-immune?
Exactly. And Hradska, his body emitting those radiations, has returned to the first century of the atomic era, to a world without immunity.
General Zarvis' smile vanished.
Man,
he cried in horror,
you have loosed a carrier of death among those innocent people of the past.
Kradzi Zago nodded.
That is true. I estimate that Hradska will probably cause the death of 100 people or so, before he is dealt with. But dealt with he will be. Tell me, General, If a man should appear now, out of nowhere, spreading a strange and horrible plague wherever he went, what would you do?" "Why, I'd hunt him down and kill him," General Zarvis replied. "Not for anything he did, but for the menace he was. And then I'd cover his body with a mass of concrete bigger than this palace." "Precisely." Kradzi-Zago smiled. "And the military commanders and political leaders of the first century were no less ruthless or efficient than you. You know how atomic energy was first used? There was an ancient nation, upon the ruins of whose cities we have built our own, which was famed for its idealistic humanitarianism. Yet that nation, treacherously attacked, created the first atomic bombs in self-defense, and used them. It is among the people of that nation that Hradska has emerged." "But would they recognize him as the cause of the calamity he brings among them?" "Of course. He will emerge at the time when atomic energy is first being used. They will have detectors for the deadly radiations, detectors we know nothing of today, for a detection instrument must be free from the thing it is intended to detect, and today everything is radioactive. It will be a day or so before they discover what is happening to them, and not a few will die in that time, I fear. But once they have found out what is killing their people, Hradska's days, no, his hours, will be numbered." "A mass of concrete bigger than this place." Tobe the slave repeated General Zarvis's words. "The ancient spaceport." Prince Burvanny clapped him on the shoulder. "Tobe, man, you've hit it." "You mean—" Kradzi-Zago began. "Yes, you all know of it. It stood for nobody knows how many millennia, and nobody's ever decided what it was to begin with. Except that somebody, once, filled a valley with concrete, level from mountaintop to mountaintop. The accepted theory is that it was done for a firing stand for the first moon rocket. But gentlemen, our friend Tobe's explained it. It is the tomb of Hradska, and it has been the tomb of Hradska for 10,000 years before Hradska was born." End of Flight from Tomorrow by H. Beam Piper.
'89. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. In the year 2889, by Jules Verne. Little though they seem to think of it, the people of this 29th century live continually in fairyland. Surfeited as they are with marvels, they are indifferent in presence of each new marvel. To them all seems natural. Could they but duly appreciate the refinements of civilization in our day, could they but compare the present with the past, and so much better comprehend the advance we have made, how much fairer they would find our modern towns, with populations amounting sometimes to 10 million souls, their streets 300 feet wide, their houses 1,000 feet in height, with a temperature the same in all seasons, with their lines of aerial locomotion crossing the sky in every direction. If they would but picture to themselves the state of things that once existed, when through muddy streets rumbling boxes on wheels, drawn by horses, yes, by horses, were the only means of conveyance. Think of the railroads of olden time, and you would be able to appreciate the pneumatic tubes through which today one travels at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour. Would not our contemporaries prize the telephone and telephote more highly if they had not forgotten the telegraph? Singularly enough, all these transformations rest upon principles which were perfectly familiar to our remote ancestors, but which they disregarded. Heat, for instance, is as ancient as man himself. Electricity was known 3,000 years ago, and steam 1,100 years ago. Nay, so early as 10 centuries ago, it was known that the difference between the several chemical and physical forces depend upon the mode of vibration of the etheric particles, which is for each specifically different. When at last the kinship of all these forces was discovered, it is simply astonishing that 500 years should still have to elapse before man can analyze and describe the several modes of vibration that constitute these differences. Above all, it is singular that the mode of reproducing these forces directly from one another, and of reproducing one without the others, should have remained undiscovered until less than 100 years ago. Nevertheless, such was the course of events, for it was not till the year 2792 that the famous Oswald Nier made this great discovery. Truly, he was a great benefactor of the human race. His admirable discovery led to many another. Hence is sprung a pleiad of inventors, its brightest star being our great Joseph Jackson. To Jackson we are indebted for those wonderful instruments, the new accumulators. Some of these absorb and condense the living force contained in the sun's rays, others the electricity stored in our globe, others again the energy coming from whatever source, as a waterfall, a stream, the winds, etc. He too it was that invented the transformer, a more wonderful contrivance still, which takes the living force from the accumulator, and on the simple pressure of a button gives it back to space in whatever form may be desired, whether as heat, light, electricity, or mechanical force, after having first obtained it from the work required. From the day when these two instruments were contrived is to be dated the era of true progress. They have put into the hands of man a power that is almost infinite. As for their applications, they are numberless. Mitigating the rigors of winter by giving back to the atmosphere the surplus heat stored up during the summer, they have revolutionized agriculture. By supplying motive power for aerial navigation, they have given to commerce a mighty impetus. To them we are indebted for the continuous production of electricity without batteries or dynamos, of light without combustion or incandescence, and for an unfailing supply of mechanical energy for all the needs of industry. Yes, all these wonders have been wrought by the accumulator and the transformer. And can we not to them also trace indirectly this latest wonder of all, the great Earth Chronicle building in 253rd Avenue, which was dedicated the other day? If George Washington Smith, the founder of the Manhattan Chronicle, should come back to life today, what would he think were he to be told that this place of marble and gold belongs to his remote descendant, Fritz Napoleon Smith, who, after 30 generations have come and gone, is owner of the same newspaper which his ancestor established? For George Washington Smith's newspaper has lived generation after generation, now passing out of the family, anon coming back to it. When, 200 years ago, the political center of the United States was transferred from Washington to Centropolis, the newspaper followed the government and assumed the name of Earth Chronicle. Unfortunately, it was unable to maintain itself at the high level of its name. Pressed on all sides by rival journals of a more modern type, it was continually in danger of collapse. 20 years ago its subscription list contained but a few 100,000 names, and then Mr. Fitz Napoleon Smith bought it for a mere trifle, and originated telephonic journalism. Everyone is familiar with Fritz Napoleon Smith's system, a system made possible by the enormous development of telephony during the last 100 years. Instead of being printed, the Earth Chronicle is every morning spoken to subscribers who, in interesting conversations with reporters, statesmen, and scientists, learn the news of the day. Furthermore, each subscriber owns a phonograph, and to this instrument he leaves the task of gathering the news whenever he happens not to be in the mood to listen directly himself. As for purchasers of single copies, they can at a very trifling cost learn all that is in the paper of the day at any of the innumerable phonographs set up nearly everywhere. Fritz Napoleon Smith's innovation galvanized the old newspaper. In the course of a few years the number of subscribers grew to be 80 million, and Smith's wealth went on growing, till now it reaches the almost unimaginable figure of $10 billion. This lucky hit has enabled him to erect his new building, a vast edifice with 4 facades, each 3,250 feet in length, over which proudly floats the 100-starred flag of the Union. Thanks to the same lucky hit, he is today king of newspaperdom. Indeed, he would be king of all the Americans too, if Americans could ever accept a king. You do not believe it? Well, then look at the plenipotentiaries of all nations and our own ministers themselves crowding about his door, entreating his counsels, begging for his approbation, imploring the aid of his all-powerful organ. Reckon up the number of scientists and artists that he supports, of inventors that he has under his pay. Yes, a king is he, and in truth his is a royalty full of burdens. His labors are incessant, and there is no doubt at all that in earlier times any man would have succumbed under the overpowering stress of the toil which Mr. Smith has to perform. Very fortunately for him, thanks to the progress of hygiene, which, abating all the old sources of unhealthiness, has lifted the mean of human life from 37 up to 52 years. Men have stronger constitutions now than heretofore. The discovery of nutritive air is still in the future, but in the meantime men today consume food that is composed and prepared according to scientific principles, and they breathe an atmosphere free from the microorganisms that formerly used to swarm it. Hence they live longer than their forefathers, and know nothing of the innumerable diseases of olden times. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding these considerations, Fritz Napoleon Smith's mode of life may well astonish one. His iron constitution is taxed to the utmost by the heavy strain that is put upon it. Vain in the attempt to estimate the amount of labor he undergoes, an example alone can give an idea of it. Let us go about with him for one day as he attends to his multifarious concerns. What day? That matters little. It is the same every day. Let us then take a random September 25th of this present year, 2889. This morning Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith awoke in a very bad humor. His wife having left for France 8 days ago, he was feeling disconsolate. Incredible though it seems, in all the 10 years since their marriage, this is the first time that Mrs. Edith Smith, the professional beauty, has been so long absent from her home. 2 or 3 days usually suffice for her frequent trips to Europe. The first thing that Mr. Smith does is to connect his phonotelephone, the wires of which communicate with his Paris mansion. The telephone! Here is another of the great triumphs of science in our time. The transmission of speech is an old story. The transmission of images by means of sensitive mirrors connected by wires is a thing but of yesterday. A valuable invention indeed, and Mr. Smith this morning was not niggard of blessing for the inventor, when by its aid he was able distinctly to see his wife notwithstanding the distance that separated him from her. Mrs. Smith, weary after the ball or the visit to the theatre the preceding night, is still abed, though it is near noontide at Paris. She is asleep, her head sunk in the lace-covered pillows. What? She stirs. Her lips move. She is dreaming, perhaps. Yes, dreaming. She is talking, pronouncing a name, his name, Fritz. The delightful vision gave a happier turn to Mr. Smith's thoughts. And now, at the call of imperative duty, light-hearted he springs from his bed and enters his mechanical dresser. 2 minutes later the machine deposited him all dressed at the threshold of his office. The round of journalistic work has now begun. First he enters the hall of novel writers, a vast apartment crowned with an enormous transparent cupola. In one corner is a telephone, through which 100 Earth Chronicle littérateurs in turn recount to the public in daily installments 100 novels. Addressing one of these authors who was waiting his turn, "Capital, capital, my dear fellow," said he. "The scene where the village maid discusses interesting philosophical problems with her lover shows your very acute power of observation. Never have the ways of country folk been better portrayed. Keep on, my dear Archibald, keep on. Since yesterday, thanks to you, there is a gain of 5,000 subscribers. Mr. John Last," he began again, turning to a new arrival, "I am not so well pleased with your work. Your story is not a picture of life. It lacks the elements of truth. And why? Simply because you run straight on to the end, because you do not analyze. Your heroes do this thing or that from this or that motive, which you assign without ever a thought of dissecting their mental and moral natures. Our feelings, you must remember, are far more complex than all that. In real life every act is the resultant of 100 thoughts that come and go, and these you must study, each by itself, if you would create a living character. But, you will say, in order to note these fleeting thoughts one must know them, must be able to follow them in their capricious meanderings. Why, any child can do that, as you know. You have simply to make use of hypnotism, electrical or human, which gives one a twofold being, setting free the witness personality so that it may see, understand, and remember the reasons which determine the personality that acts. Just study yourself as you live from day to day, my dear Last. Imitate your associate whom I was complimenting a moment ago. Let yourself be hypnotized. What's that? You've tried it already? Not sufficiently, then. Not sufficiently." Mr. Smith continues his round and enters the reporters' hall. Here 1,500 reporters, in their respective places, facing an equal number of telephones, are communicating to the subscribers of the news of the world as gathered during the night. The organization of this matchless service has often been described. Besides his telephone, each reporter, as the reader is aware, has in front of him a set of communicators, which enable him to communicate with any desired telephotic line. Thus the subscribers not only hear the news but see the occurrences. When an incident is described that has already passed, photographs of its main features are transmitted with the narrative. And there is no confusion withal. The reporter's items, just like the different stories and all the other components of the journal, are classified automatically according to an ingenious system, and reach the hearer in due succession. Furthermore, the hearers are free to listen only to what specially concerns them. They may at pleasure give attention to one editor and refuse it to another. Mr. Smith next addresses one of the 10 reporters in the astronomical department, a department still in the embryonic stage, but which will yet play an important part in journalism. "Well, Cash, what is the news?" "We have phototelegrams from Mercury, Venus, and Mars." "Are those from Mars of any interest?" "Yes, indeed. There is a revolution in the Central Empire." "And what of Jupiter?" asked Mr. Smith. "Nothing as yet. We cannot quite understand their signals. Perhaps ours did not reach them." "That's bad," exclaimed Mr. Smith, as he hurried away, not in the best of humor, toward the hall of the scientific editors. With their heads bent down over their electric computers, 30 scientific men were absorbed in transcendental calculations. The coming of Mr. Smith was like the falling of a bomb among them. "Well, gentlemen, what is this I hear? No answer from Jupiter? Is it always to be thus? Come, Cooley, you have been at work now 20 years on this problem, and yet—" "True enough," replied the man addressed. "Our science of optics is still very defective, and through our 1¾ telescopes—" "Listen to that, Peer," broke in Mr. Smith, turning to a second scientist. "Optical science defective. Optical science is your specialty. But," he continued, again addressing William Cooley, "failing with Jupiter, are we getting any results from the moon? The case is no better there. This time you do not lay blame on the science of optics. The moon is immeasurably less distant than Mars. Yet with Mars our communication is fully established. I presume you will not say that you lack telescopes." "Telescopes? Oh, no. The trouble here is about the inhabitants." "That's it," added Peer. "So, then, the moon is positively uninhabited?" asked Mr. Smith. "At least," answered Cooley, "on the face which she presents to us. As for the opposite side, who knows?" "Ah, the opposite side, you think, then," remarked Mr. Smith musingly. "That if one could but—" "Could what?" "Why, turn the moon about face." "Ah, there is something in that!" cried the two men at once, and indeed, so confident was their air, they seemed to have no doubt as to the possibility of success in such an undertaking. "Meanwhile," asked Mr. Smith after a moment's silence, "have you no news of interest today?" "Indeed we have," answered Cooley. "The elements of Olympus are definitely settled. That great planet gravitates beyond Neptune at the mean distance of 11,400,799,642 miles from the sun, and to traverse its vast orbit takes 1,311 years, 294 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, 9 seconds. "Why didn't you tell me that sooner?" cried Mr. Smith. "Now inform the reporters of this straight away. You know how eager is the curiosity of the public with regard to these astronomical questions. That news must go into today's issue." Then, the two men bowing to him, Mr. Smith passed into the next hall, an enormous gallery upward of 3,200 feet in length, devoted to atmospheric advertising. Everyone has noticed these enormous advertisements reflected from the clouds, so large that they may be seen by populations of whole cities or even of entire countries. This, too, is one of Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith's ideas. And in the Earth Chronicle building 1,000 projectors are constantly engaged in displaying upon the clouds these mammoth advertisements. When Mr. Smith today entered the Sky Advertising Department, he found the operators sitting with folded arms on their motionless projectors, and inquired as to the cause of their inaction. In response the man addressed simply pointed to the sky, which was of a pure blue. "Yes," muttered Mr. Smith, "a cloudless sky. That's too bad. But what's to be done? Shall we produce rain? That might do. But is it of any use? What we need is clouds, not rain. Go," said he, addressing the head engineer, "go see Mr. Samuel Mark, of the Meteorological Division of the Scientific Department, and tell him for me to go to work in earnest on the question of artificial clouds. It will never do for us to be always thus at the mercy of the cloudless skies." Mr. Smith's daily tour through the several departments of his newspaper is now finished. Next, from the advertisement hall, he passes to the reception chamber, where the ambassadors accredited to the American government are awaiting him, desirous of having a word of counsel or advice from the all-powerful editor. A discussion was going on when he entered. "Your Excellency will pardon me," the French ambassador was saying to the Russian, "but I see nothing in the map of Europe that requires change. The north for the Slavs? Why, yes, of course. But the south for the Matins. Our common frontier, the Rhine, it seems to me, serves very well. Besides, my government, as you must know, will firmly oppose every movement, not only against Paris, our capital, or our two greatest prefectories, Rome and Madrid, but also against the kingdom of Jerusalem, the dominion of St. Peter, of which France means to be the trusty defender." "Well said!" exclaimed Mr. Smith. "How is it," he asked, turning to the Russian ambassador, "that you Russians are not content with your vast empire, the most extensive in the world, stretching from the banks of the Rhine to the celestial mountains of the Karakoram, whose shores are washed by the frozen ocean, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean? Then what is the use of threats? Is war possible in view of modern inventions? Asphyxiating shells capable of being projected a distance of 60 miles? An electric spark of 90 miles, that can in one stroke annihilate a battalion, to say nothing of the plague, the cholera, the yellow fever, that the belligerents might spread among their antagonists mutually, and which would in a few days destroy the greatest armies." "True," answered the Russian, "but can we do all that we wish? As for the Russians, pressed on our eastern front by the Chinese, we must at any cost put forth our strength for an effort toward the west." "Oh, is that all? In that case," said Mr. Smith, "the thing can be arranged. I will speak to the Secretary of State about it, The attention of the Chinese government shall be called to the matter. This is not the first time that the Chinese have bothered us. Under these conditions, of course. And the Russian ambassador declared himself satisfied. Ah, Sir John, what can I do for you? Asked Mr. Smith as he turned to the representative of the people of Great Britain, who till now had remained silent. A great deal, was the reply, if the Chronicle would but open a campaign on our behalf. And for what object? Simply for the annulment of the act of Congress annexing to the United States the British Islands. Though by a just turnabout of things here below, Great Britain has become a colony of the United States, the English are not reconciled to the situation. At regular intervals they are ever addressing to the American government vain complaints. A campaign against the annexation that has been an accomplished fact for 150 years? Exclaimed Mr. Smith. How can your people suppose that I would do anything so unpatriotic? We at home think your people must now be sated. The Monroe Doctrine is fully applied. The whole of America belongs to the Americans. What more do you want? Besides, we will pay for what we ask. Indeed, answered Mr. Smith, without manifesting the slightest irritation. Well, you English will ever be the same. No, no, Sir John, do not count on me for help. Give up our fairest province, Britain? Why not ask France generously to renounce possession of Africa, that magnificent colony the complete conquest of which cost her the labor of 800 years? You will be well received. You decline. All is over, then, murmured the British agent sadly. The United Kingdom falls to the share of the Americans, the Indies to that of the Russians, said Mr. Smith, completing the sentence. Australia has an independent government. Then nothing at all remains for us, sighed Sir John, downcast. Nothing? asked Mr. Smith, laughing. Well, now, there's Gibraltar. With this sally the audience ended. The clock was striking 12, the hour of breakfast. Mr. Smith returns to his chamber. Where the bed stood in the morning, a table all spread comes up through the floor. For Mr. Smith, being above all a practical man, has reduced the problem of existence to its simplest terms. For him, instead of the endless suites of apartments of olden time, one room fitted with ingenious mechanical contrivances is enough. Here he sleeps, takes his meals, in short, lives. He seats himself. In the mirror of the phonotelephote is seen the same chamber at Paris which appeared in it this morning. A table furnished forth is likewise in readiness here, for notwithstanding the difference of hours, Mr. Smith and his wife have arranged to take their meals simultaneously. It is delightful thus to take breakfast tete-a-tete with one who is 3,000 miles or so away. Just now Mrs. Smith's chamber has no occupant. She is late. Women's punctuality. Progress everywhere except there, muttered Mr. Smith as he turned the tap for the first dish. For, like all wealthy folk in our day, Mr. Smith has done away with a domestic kitchen, and is a subscriber to the Grand Alimentation Company, which sends through a great network of tubes to subscribers' residences all sorts of dishes, as a varied assortment is always in readiness. A subscription costs money, to be sure, but the cuisine is of the best, and the system has this advantage, that it does away with the pestering race of the cordon bleus. Mr. Smith received and ate, all alone, the hors d'oeuvre, entrees, rôtis, and legumes that constituted the repast. He was just finishing the dessert when Mrs. Smith appeared in the mirror of the telephote. "Why, where have you been?" asked Mr. Smith through the telephone. "What, you are already at the dessert? Then I am late," she exclaimed with a winsome naivete. "Where have I been, you ask? Why, at my dressmaker's. The hats are just lovely this season. I suppose I forgot to note the time, and so I am a little late." "Yes, a little," growled Mr. Smith. "So little that I have already quite finished breakfast. Excuse me if I leave you now, but I must be going." "Oh, certainly, my dear. Good-bye till evening." Smith stepped into his air coach, which was waiting for him at the window. "Where do you wish to go, sir?" inquired the coachman. "Let me see. I have 3 hours," Mr. Smith mused. "Jack, take me to my accumulator works at Niagara." For Mr. Smith has obtained a lease of the great falls of Niagara. For ages the energy developed by the falls went unutilized. Smith, applying Jackson's invention, now collects this energy and lets or sells it. His visit to the works took more time than he had anticipated. It was just 4 o'clock when he returned home, just in time for the daily audience which he grants to callers. One readily understands how a man situated as Smith is must be beset with requests of all kinds. Now it is the inventor needing capital. Again it is some visionary who comes to advocate a brilliant scheme which must surely yield millions of profit. A choice has to be made between these projects, rejecting the worthless, examining the questionable ones, accepting the meritorious. To this work Mr. Smith devotes every day 2 full hours. The callers were fewer today than usual, only 12 of them. Of these, 8 had only impracticable schemes to propose. In fact, one of them wanted to revive painting, an art fallen into desuetude owing to the progress made in color photography. Another, a physician, boasted that he had discovered a cure for nasal catarrh. These impracticals were dismissed in short order. Of the 4 projects favorably received, the first was that of a young man whose broad forehead betokened his intellectual power. "Sir, I am a chemist," he began, "and as such I come to you." "Well." "Once the elementary bodies," said the young chemist, "were held to be 62 in number. 100 years ago they were reduced to 10. Now only 3 remain irresolvable, as you are aware." "Yes, yes." "Well, sir, these also I will show to be composite. In a few months, a few weeks, I shall have succeeded in solving the problem. Indeed, it may take only a few days." "And then?" "Then, sir, I shall simply have determined the absolute. All I want is money enough to carry my research to a successful issue." "Very well," said Mr. Smith. "And what will be the practical outcome of your discovery?" "The practical outcome? Why, that we shall be able to produce easily all bodies whatever, stone, wood, metal, fibers—" "And flesh and blood?" queried Mr. Smith, interrupting him. "Do you pretend that you expect to manufacture a human being out and out?" "Why not?" Mr. Smith advanced $100,000 to the young chemist, and engaged his services for the Earth Chronicle laboratory. The second of the 4 successful applicants, starting from experiments made so long ago in the 19th century and again repeated, had conceived the idea of removing an entire city all at once from one place to another. His special project had to do with the city of Granton, situated, as everyone knows, some 15 miles inland. He proposes to transport the city on rails and change it into a watering place. The profit, of course, would be enormous. Mr. Smith, captivated by the scheme, bought a half interest in it. "As you are aware, sir," began applicant number 3, "by the aid of our solar and terrestrial accumulators and transformers, we are able to make all the seasons the same. I propose to do something better still. Transform into heat a portion of the surplus energy at our disposal. Send this heat to the poles. Then the polar regions, relieved of their snow cap, will become a vast territory available for man's use. What think you of the scheme?" "Leave your plans with me, and come back in a week. I will have them examined in the meantime." Finally, the 4th announced the early solution of a weighty scientific problem. Everyone will remember the bold experiment made 100 years ago by Dr. Nathaniel Faithburn. The doctor, being a firm believer in human hibernation, in other words, in the possibility of our suspending our vital functions and of calling them into action again after a time, resolved to subject the theory to a practical test. To this end, having first made out his last will and pointed out the proper method of awakening him, having also directed that his sleep was to continue 100 years to the day from the date of his apparent death, he unhesitatingly put the theory to the proof in his own person. Reduced to the condition of a mummy, Dr. Faithburn was coffined and laid in a tomb. Time went on. September 25th, 2889, being the day set for his resurrection, it was proposed to Mr. Smith that he should permit the second part of the experiment to be performed at his residence this evening. "Agreed. Be here at 10 o'clock," answered Mr. Smith, and with that the day's audience was closed. Left to himself, feeling tired, he lay down on an extension chair. Then, touching a knob, he established communication with the central concert hall, whence our greatest maestros send out to subscribers their delightful successions of accords, determined by recondite algebraic formulas. Night was approaching. Entranced by the harmony, forgetful of the hour, Smith did not notice that it was growing dark. It was quite dark when he was aroused by the sound of a door opening. "Who is there?" he asked, touching a communicator. Suddenly, in consequence of the vibrations produced, the air became luminous. "Ah, you, Doctor!" "Yes," was the reply. "How are you?" "I'm feeling well." "Good. Let me see your tongue." "All right." "Your pulse?" "Regular." "And your appetite?" "Only passably good." "Yes, the stomach. There's the rub. You are overworked. If your stomach is out of repair, it must be mended. That requires study. We must think about it." "In the meantime," said Mr. Smith, "you will dine with me." As in the morning, the table rose out of the floor. Again, as in the morning, the potage, rôti, ragoûts, and legumes were supplied through the food pipes. Toward the close of the meal, phonotelephonic communication was made with Paris. Smith saw his wife, seated alone at the dinner table, looking anything but pleased at her loneliness. "Pardon me, my dear, for having left you alone," he said through the telephone. "I was with Dr. Wilkins." "Ah, the good doctor," remarked Mrs. Smith, her countenance lighting up. "Yes, but pray, when are you coming home?" "This evening." "Very well. Do you come by tube or by air train?" "Oh, by tube." "Yes. And what hour will you arrive?" "About 11, I suppose." "11 by Centropolis time, you mean?" "Yes." "Good-bye, then, for a little while," said Mr. Smith as he severed communication with Paris. Dinner over, Dr. Wilkins wished to depart. "I shall expect you at 10," said Mr. Smith. "To-day, it seems, is the day for the return of life to the famous Dr. Faithburn. You did not think of it, I suppose. The awakening is to take place here in my house. You must come and see. I shall depend on your being here." "I will come back," answered Dr. Wilkins. Left alone, Mr. Smith busied himself with examining his accounts. A task of vast magnitude, having to do with transactions which involved daily expenditures of upwards of $800,000. Fortunately, indeed, the stupendous progress of mechanic art in modern times makes it comparatively easy. Thanks to the piano electro reckoner, the most complex calculations can be made in a few seconds. In 2 hours Mr. Smith completed his task, just in time. Scarcely had he turned over the last page when Dr. Wilkins arrived. After him came the body of Dr. Faithburn, escorted by a numerous company of men of science. They commenced work at once. The casket being laid down in the middle of the room, the telephote was got in readiness. The outer world, already notified, was anxiously expectant, for the whole world could be eye-witness of the performance. A reporter, meanwhile, like the chorus in the ancient drama, explaining it all, viva voce, through the telephone. "They are opening the casket," he explained. "Now they are taking Faithburn out of it, a veritable mummy, yellow, hard, and dry. Strike the body and it resounds like a block of wood. They are now applying heat, now electricity. No result. These experiments are suspended for a moment while Dr. Wilkins makes an examination of the body. Dr. Wilkins, rising, declares the man to be dead." "Dead!" exclaims everyone present. "Yes," answers Dr. Wilkins, "dead." "And how long has he been dead?" Dr. Wilkins makes another examination. 100 years, he replies. The case stood just as the reporter said. Faithburn was dead, quite certainly dead. "Here's a method that needs improvement," remarked Mr. Smith to Dr. Watkins, as the Scientific Committee on Hibernation bore the casket out. "So much for that experiment. But if poor Faithburn is dead, at least he's sleeping," he continued. "I wish I could get some sleep. I'm tired out, Doctor, quite tired out. Do you not think that a bath would refresh me?" "Certainly. But you must wrap yourself up well before you go out into the hallway. You must not expose yourself to cold." "Hallway? Why, Doctor, as you well know, everything is done by machinery here. It is not for me to go to the bath. The bath will come to me. Just look." And he pressed a button. After a few seconds a faint rumbling was heard, which grew louder and louder. Suddenly the door opened, and the tub appeared. Such, for this year of grace 2889, is the history of one day in the life of the editor of the Earth Chronicle. And the history of that one day is the history of 365 days every year, except leap years, and then of 366 days. For as yet no means has been found of increasing the length of the terrestrial year. End of In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne. This recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
The Measure of a Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Measure of a Man by Randall Garrett. What is desirable is not always necessary, while that which is necessary may be most undesirable. Perhaps the measure of a man is the ability to tell one from the other, and act on it. Alfred Pendray pushed himself along the corridor of the battleship Shane, holding the flashlight in one hand, and using the other hand and his good leg to guide and propel himself by. The beam of the torch reflected queerly from the pastel-green walls of the corridor, giving him the uneasy sensation that he was swimming underwater instead of moving through the blasted hulk of a battleship, 1,000 light-years from home. He came to the turn in the corridor and tried to move to the right, but his momentum was greater than he had thought, and he had to grab the corner of the wall to keep from going on by. That swung him around, and his sprained ankle slammed agonizingly against the other side of the passageway. Pendray clenched his teeth and kept going. But as he moved down the side passage, he went more slowly, so that the friction of his palm against the wall could be used as a brake. He wasn't used to maneuvering without gravity. He'd been taught it in cadets, of course, but that was years ago, and parsecs away. When the pseudograv generators had gone out, he'd retched all over the place, but now his stomach was empty, and the nausea had gone. He had automatically oriented himself in the corridors so that the doors of the various compartments were to his left and right, with the ceiling above and the deck below. Otherwise, he might have lost his sense of direction completely in the complex maze of the interstellar battleship. Or, he corrected himself, what's left of a battleship. And what was left? Just Al Pendray, and less than half of the once mighty Shane. The door to the lifeboat hold loomed ahead in the beam of the flashlight, and Pendray braked himself to a stop. He just looked at the dogged port for a few seconds. Let there be a boat in there, he thought. Just a boat, that's all I ask for. And air, he added as an afterthought. Then his hand went out to the dog handle, and turned. The door cracked easily. There was air on the other side. Pendray breathed a sigh of relief, braced his good foot against the wall, and pulled the door open. The little lifeboat was there, nestled tightly in her cradle. For the first time since the Shane had been hit, Pendray's face broke into a broad smile. The fear that had been within him faded a little, and the darkness of the crippled ship seemed to be lessened. Then the beam of his torch caught the little red tag on the airlock of the lifeboat. Repair work underway. Do not remove this tag without proper authority. That explained why the lifeboat hadn't been used by the other crewmen. Pendray's mind was numb as he opened the airlock of the small craft. He didn't even attempt to think. All he wanted was to see exactly how the vessel had been disabled by the repair crew. He went inside. The lights were working in the lifeboat. That showed that its power was still functioning. He glanced over the instrument and control panels. No red tags on them, at least. Just to make sure, he opened them up one by one and looked inside. Nothing wrong, apparently. Maybe it had been just some minor repair, a broken lighting switch or something. But he didn't dare hope yet. He went through the door in the tiny cabin that led to the engine compartment, and he saw what the trouble was. The shielding had been removed from the atomic motors. He just hung there in the air, not moving. His lean, dark face remained expressionless, but tears welled up in his eyes and spilled over, spreading their dampness over his lids. The motors would run all right. The ship could take him to Earth. But the radiation leakage from those motors would kill him long before he made it home. It would take 10 days to make it back to base, and 24 hours of exposure to the deadly radiation from those engines would be enough to ensure his death from radiation sickness. His eyes were blurring from the film of tears that covered them. Without gravity to move the liquid, it just pooled there, distorting his vision. He blinked the tears away, then wiped his face with his free hand. Now what? He was the only man left alive on the Shane, and none of the lifeboats had escaped. The rat cruisers had seen to that. They weren't really rats, those people, not literally. They looked humanoid enough to enable plastic surgeons to disguise a human being as one of them, although it meant sacrificing the little fingers and little toes to imitate the 4-digited rats. The rats were at a disadvantage there. They couldn't add any fingers. But the rats had other advantages. They bred and fought like, well, rats. Not that human beings couldn't equal them or even surpass them in ferocity, if necessary. But the rats had nearly 1,000 years of progress over Earth. Their industrial revolution had occurred while the Angles and Saxons and the Jutes were pushing the Britons into Wales. They had put their first artificial satellites into orbit, while King Alfred the Great was fighting off the Danes. They hadn't developed as rapidly as man had. It took them roughly twice as long to go from one step to the next, so that their actual superiority was only a matter of 500 years, and man was catching up rapidly. Unfortunately, man hadn't caught up yet. The first meeting of the two races had taken place in interstellar space and had seemed friendly enough. Two ships had come within detector distance of each other and had circled warily. It was almost a perfect example of the Leinster hypothesis. Neither knew where the other's home world was located, and neither could go back home for fear that the other would be able to follow. But the Leinster hypothesis couldn't be followed to the end. Leinster's solution had been to have the parties trade ships and go home. But that only works when the two civilizations are fairly close in technological development. The rats certainly weren't going to trade their ship for the inferior craft of the Earthmen. The rats, conscious of their superiority, had a simpler solution. They were certain, after a while, that Earth posed no threat to them, so they invited the Earth ship to follow them home. The Earthmen had been taken on a carefully conducted tour of the rats' home planet, and the captain of the Earth ship, who had gone down in history as Sucker Johnston, was convinced that the rats meant no harm, and agreed to lead a rat ship back to Earth. If the rats had struck then, there would never have been a rat-human war. It would have been over before it started. But the rats were too proud of their superiority. Earth was too far away to bother them for the moment. It wasn't in their line of conquest just yet. In another 50 years, the planet would be ready for picking off. Earth had no idea that the rats were so widespread. They had taken and colonized over 30 planets, completely destroying the indigenous intelligent races that had existed on 5 of them. It wasn't just pride that made the rats decide to wait before hitting Earth. There was a certain amount of prudence, too. None of the other races they had met had developed space travel. The Earthmen might be a little tougher to beat. Not that there was any doubt of the outcome as far as they were concerned, but why take chances? But while the rats had fooled Sucker Johnston and some of his officers, the majority of the crew knew better. Rat crewmen were little short of slaves, and the rats made the mistake of assuming that the Earth crewmen were the same. They hadn't tried to impress the crewmen as they had the officers. When the interrogation officers on Earth questioned the crew of the Earth ship, they too became suspicious. Johnston's optimistic attitude just didn't jibe with the facts. So, while the rat officers were having the red carpet rolled out for them, Earth intelligence went to work. Several presumably awe-stricken men were allowed to take a conducted tour of the rat ship. After all, why not? The 20th century Russians probably wouldn't have minded showing their rocket plans to an American of Captain John Smith's time either. But there's a difference. Earth's government knew Earth was being threatened, and they knew they had to get as many facts as they could. They were also aware of the fact that if you know a thing can be done, then you will eventually find a way to do it. During the next 50 years, Earth learned more than it had during the previous 100. The race expanded secretly, moving out to other planets in that sector of the galaxy, and they worked to catch up with the rats. They didn't make it, of course. When, after 50 years of presumably peaceful but highly limited contact, the rats hit Earth, they found out one thing: that the mass and energy of a planet armed with the proper weapons cannot be outclassed by any conceivable concentration of spaceships. Throwing rocks at an army armed with machine guns may seem futile, but if you hit them with an avalanche, they'll go under. The Rats lost 3/4 of their fleet to planet-based guns, and had to go home to bandage their wounds. The only trouble was that Earth couldn't counterattack. Their ships were still outclassed by those of the Rats, and the Rats, their racial pride badly stung, were determined to wipe out man, to erase the stain on their honor, wherever man could be found. Somehow, someway, they must destroy Earth. And now, Al Pendray thought bitterly, they would do it. The Shane had sneaked in past Rat patrols to pick up a spy on one of the outlying Rat planets, a man who'd spent 5 years playing the part of a Rat slave, trying to get information on their activities there. And he had had one vital bit of knowledge. He'd found it and held on to it for over 3 years, until the time came for the rendezvous. The rendezvous had almost come too late. The Rats had developed a device that could make a star temporarily unstable, and they were ready to use it on Sol. The Shane had managed to get off planet with a spy, but they'd been spotted in spite of the detector nullifiers that Earth had developed. They'd been jumped by Rat cruisers, and blasted by the superior Rat weapons. The lifeboats had been picked out of space, one by one, as the crew tried to get away. In a way, Alfred Pendray was lucky. He'd been in the sick bay with a sprained ankle when the Rats hit, sitting in the X-ray room. The shot that had knocked out the port engine had knocked him unconscious, but the shielded walls of the X-ray room had saved him from the blast of radiation that had cut down the crew in the rear of the ship. He'd come to in time to see the Rat cruisers cut up the lifeboats before they could get well away from the ship. They'd taken a couple of parting shots at the dead hulk, and then left it to drift in space, and leaving one man alive. In the small section near the rear of the ship, there were still compartments that were airtight. At least, Pendray decided, there was enough air to keep him alive for a while. If only he could get a little power into the ship, he could get the rear air purifiers to working. He left the lifeboat and closed the door behind him. There was no point in worrying about a boat he couldn't use. He made his way back toward the engine room. Maybe there was something salvageable there. Swimming through the corridors was becoming easier with practice. His cadet training was coming back to him. Then he got a shock that almost made him faint. The beam of his light had fallen full on the face of a Rat. It took him several seconds to realize that the Rat was dead, and several more to realize that it wasn't a Rat at all. It was the spy they had been sent to pick up. He had been in the sick bay for treatments of the ulcers on his back gained from 5 years of frequent lashings as a Rat slave. Pendray went closer and looked him over. He was still wearing the clothing he had had on when the Shane picked him up. Poor guy, Pendray thought. All that hell for nothing. Then he went around the corpse and continued toward the engine room. The place was still hot, but it was thermal heat, not radioactivity. A dead atomic engine doesn't leave any residual effects. 5 out of the 6 engines were utterly ruined, but the 6th seemed to be in working condition. Even the shielding was intact. Again, hope rose in Alfred Pendray's mind. If only there were tools. A half-hour's search killed that idea. There were no tools aboard capable of cutting through the hard shielding. He couldn't use it to shield the engine on the lifeboat. And the shielding that had been on the other 5 engines had melted and run. It was worthless. Then another idea hit him. Would the remaining engine work at all? Could it be fixed? It was the only hope he had left. Apparently, the only thing wrong with it was the exciter circuit leads, which had been sheared off by a bit of flying metal. The engine had simply stopped, instead of exploding. That ought to be fixable. He could try. It was something to do, anyway. It took him the better part of 2 days, according to his watch. There were plenty of smaller tools around for the job, although many of them were scattered and some had been ruined by the explosions. Replacement parts were harder to find, but he managed to pirate some of them from the ruined engines. He ate and slept as he felt the need. There was plenty of food in the sickbay kitchen, and there was no need for a bed under gravity-less conditions. After the engine was repaired, he set about getting the rest of the ship ready to move, if it would move. The hull was still solid, so the infraspace field should function. The air purifiers had to be reconnected and repaired in a couple of places. The lights, ditto. The biggest job was checking all the broken leads to make sure there weren't any short circuits anywhere. The pseudo-gravity circuits were hopeless. He'd have to do without gravity. On the 3rd day, he decided he'd better clean the place up. There were several corpses floating around, and they were beginning to be noticeable. He had to tow them, one by one, to the rear starboard airlock and seal them between the inner and outer doors. He couldn't dump them, since the outer door was partially melted and welded shut. He took the personal effects from the men. If he ever got back to Earth, their next of kin might want the stuff. On the body of the imitation rat he found a belt pouch full of microfilm. The report on the rat's new weapon? Possibly. He'd have to look it over later. On the morning of the 4th day, he started the single remaining engine. The infraspace field came on, and the ship began moving at multiples of the speed of light. Pendray grinned. Half gone, will travel, he thought gleefully. If Pendray had had any liquor aboard, he would have gotten mildly drunk. Instead, he sat down and read the spools of microfilm, using the projector in the sickbay. He was not a scientist in the strict sense of the word. He was a navigator and a fairly good engineer, so it didn't surprise him that he couldn't understand a lot of the report. The mechanics of making a semi-nova out of a normal star were more than a little bit over his head. He'd read a little, then go out and take a look at the stars, checking their movement so that he could make an estimate of his speed. He'd jury-rigged a kind of control on the hull field, so he could aim the hulk easily enough. He'd only have to get within signaling range anyway. An Earth ship would pick him up. If there was any Earth left by the time he got there. He forced his mind away from thinking about that. It was not until he reached the last spool of microfilm that his situation was forcibly brought to focus in his mind. Thus far, he had thought only about saving himself. But the note at the end of the spool made him realize that there were others to save. The note said, "These reports must reach Earth before 22nd June 2287. After that, it will be too late." June 22nd. That was, let's see. This is the 18th of September, he thought. June of next year is 9 months away. Surely I can make it in that time. I've got to. The only question was, how fast was the hulk of the Shane moving? It took him 3 days to get the answer accurately. He knew the strength of the field around the ship, and he knew the approximate thrust of the single engine by that time. He had also measured the motions of some of the nearer stars. Thank heaven he was a navigator, and not a mechanic or something. At least he knew the direction and distance to Earth, and he knew the distance of the brighter stars from where the ship was. He had 2 checks to use then. Star motion against engine thrust and field strength. He checked them, and rechecked them, and hated the answer. He would arise in the vicinity of Seoul sometime in late July, a full month too late. What could he do? Increase the output of the engine? No, it was doing the best it could now. Even shutting off the lights wouldn't help anything. They were a microscopic drain on that engine. He tried to think, tried to reason out a solution, but nothing would come. He found time to curse the fool who had decided the shielding on the lifeboat would have to be removed and repaired. That little craft, with its lighter mass and more powerful field concentration, could make the trip in 10 days. The only problem was that 10 days in that radiation hell would be impossible. He'd be a very well-preserved corpse in half that time, and there'd be no one aboard to guide her. Maybe he could get one of the other engines going. Sure, he must be able to get one more going somehow, anything to cut down that time. He went back to the engines again, looking them over carefully. He went over them again. Not a single one could be repaired at all. Then he rechecked his velocity figures, hoping against hope that he'd made a mistake somewhere, dropped a decimal point or forgotten to divide by 2. Anything. But there was nothing. His figures had been accurate the first time. For a while he just gave up. All he could think of was the terrible blaze of heat that would wipe out Earth when the rats set off the sun. Man might survive. There were colonies that the rats didn't know about, but they'd find them eventually. Without Earth, the race would be set back 500, maybe 5,000 years. The rats would have plenty of time to hunt them out and destroy them. And then he forced his mind away from that train of thought. There had to be a way to get there on time. Something in the back of his mind told him that there was a way. He had to think, really think. On June 7th, 2287, a signal officer on the Earth destroyer Muldoon picked up a faint signal coming from the general direction of the constellation of Sagittarius. It was the standard emergency signal for distress. The broadcaster only had a very short range, so the source couldn't be too far away. He made his report to the ship's captain. "We're within easy range of her, sir," he finished. "Shall we pick her up?" "Might be a rat trick," said the captain. "But we'll have to take the chance. Beam a call to Earth and let's go out there dead slow. If the detectors show anything funny, we turn tail and run. We're in no position to fight a rat ship." "You think this might be a rat trap, sir?" The captain grinned. "If you are referring to the Muldoon as a rat trap, Mr. Blake, you're both disrespectful and correct. That's why we're going to run if we see anything funny. This ship is already obsolete by our standards. You can imagine what it is by theirs." He paused. "Get that call into Earth. Tell them this ship is using a distress signal that was obsolete 6 months ago, and tell them we're going out." "Yes, sir," said the signal officer. It wasn't a trap. As the Muldoon approached the source of the signal, their detectors picked up the ship itself. It was a standard lifeboat from a battleship of the Shannon class. "You don't suppose that's from the Shane, do you?" the captain said softly as he looked at the plate. "She's the only ship of that class that's missing. But if that's a Shane lifeboat, what took her so long to get here?" "She's cut her engines, sir," said the observer. "She evidently knows we're coming." "All right. Pull her in as soon as we're close enough. Put her in number 2 lifeboat rack. It's empty." When the door of the lifeboat opened, the captain of the Muldoon was waiting outside the lifeboat rack. He didn't know exactly what he had expected to see, but it somehow seemed fitting that a lean, bearded man in a badly worn uniform and a haggard look about him should step out. The Spectre saluted. "Lieutenant Alfred Pendry, of the Shane," he said, in a voice that had almost no strength. He held up a pouch. "Microfilm. he said. Must get to Earth immediately. No delay. Hurry. Catch him, the captain shouted. He's falling, but one of the men nearby had already caught him. In the sick bay, Pendray came to again. The captain's questioning gradually got the story out of Pendray. So I didn't know what to do then, he said, his voice a breath whisper. I knew I had to get that stuff home, somehow. Go on, said the captain, frowning. Simple matter, said Pendray. Nothing to it. 2 equations. Little ship goes 30 times as fast as the big ship. Big Hulk. Had to get here before 22nd June. Had to. Only way out, you understand? Anyway, 2 equations. Simple. Work 'em in your head. Big ship takes 10 months. Little one takes 10 days. But can't stay in a little ship 10 days. No shielding. Be dead before you got here, see? I see, said the captain patiently. But, and here's an important point, if you stay on the big ship for 8.5 months, then you only got to be in the little ship for a day and a half to get here. Man can live that long, even under that radiation. See? And with that he closed his eyes. Do you mean you exposed yourself to the full leakage radiation from a lifeboat engine for 36 hours? But there was no answer. Let him sleep, said the ship's doctor. If he wakes up again, I'll let you know. But he might not be very lucid from here on in. Is there anything you can do? The captain asked. No, not after a radiation dosage like that. He looked down at Pendray. His problem was easy mathematically, but not psychologically. That took real guts to solve. Yeah, said the captain gently. All he had to do was get here alive. The problem said nothing about his staying that way. End of The Measure of a Man by Randall Garrett. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Micromegas by Voltaire. Chapter 1. A Voyage to the Planet Saturn by a Native of Sirius. In one of the planets that revolve round the star known by the name of Sirius was a certain young gentleman of promising parts, whom I had the honour to be acquainted with in his last voyage to this our little ant-hill. His name was Micromegas, an appellation suited to all great men, and his stature amounted to 8 leagues in height, that is, 24,000 geometrical paces of 5 feet each. Some of your mathematicians, a set of people always useful to the public, will perhaps instantly seize the pen and calculate that Mr. Micromegas, inhabitant of the country of Sirius, being from head to foot 24,000 paces in length, making 120,000 royal feet, that we, denizens of this earth, being at a medium little more than 5 feet high, and our globe 9,000 leagues in circumference, these things being premised, they will then conclude that the periphery of the globe which produced him must be exactly 120,600,000 times greater than of this, our tiny ball. Nothing in nature is more simple and common. The dominions of some sovereigns of Germany or Italy, which may be compassed in half an hour, when compared with the Ottoman, Russian, or Chinese empires, are no more than faint instances of the prodigious difference that nature has made in the scale of beings. The stature of His Excellency being of these extraordinary dimensions, all our artists will agree that the measure around his body might amount to 50,000 royal feet, a very agreeable and just proportion. his nose being equal in length to 1/3 of his face, and his jolly countenance engrossing 1/7 part of his height, it must be owned that the nose of the same Syrian was 6,333 royal feet to a hair, which was to be demonstrated. With regard to his understanding, it is one of the best cultivated I have known. He is perfectly well acquainted with abundance of things, some of which are of his own invention, for when his age did not exceed 250 years, he studied, according to the custom of the country, at the most celebrated university of the whole planet, and by the force of his genius discovered upwards of 50 propositions of Euclid, having the advantage by more than 18 of Blaise Pascal, who, as we are told by his own sister, demonstrated 32 for his amusement, and then left off, choosing rather to be an indifferent philosopher than a great mathematician. About the 450th year of his age, or latter end of his childhood, he dissected a great number of small insects, not more than 100 feet in diameter, which are not perceivable by ordinary microscopes, on which he composed a very curious treatise, which involved him in some trouble. The Mufti of the nation, though very old and very ignorant, made shift to discover in his book certain lemmas that were suspicious, unseemly, rash, heretic, and unsound, and prosecuted him with great animosity, for the subject of the author's inquiry was whether, in the world of Sirius, there was any difference between the substantial forms of a flea and a snail. Micromegas defended his philosophy with such spirit as made all the female sex his proselytes, and the process lasted 220 years, at the end of which time, in consequence of the Mufti's interest, the book was condemned by judges who had never read it, and the author expelled from court for the term of 800 years. Not much affected at his banishment from a court that teemed with nothing but turmoils and trifles. He made a very humorous song upon the Mufti, who gave himself no trouble about the matter, and set out on his travels from planet to planet in order, as the saying is, to improve his mind and finish his education. Those who never travel but in a post-chaise or berlin will doubtless be astonished at the equipages used above, for we that strut upon this little molehill are at a loss to conceive anything that surpasses our own customs. But our traveller was a wonderful adept in the laws of gravitation, together with the whole force of attraction and repulsion, and made such seasonable use of his knowledge that sometimes, by the help of a sunbeam, and sometimes by the convenience of a comet, he and his retinue glided from sphere to sphere, as the bird hops from one bough to another. He in a very little time posted through the Milky Way, and I am obliged to own he saw not a twinkle of those stars supposed to adorn that fair empyrean, which the illustrious Dr. Derham brags to have observed through his telescope. Not that I pretend to say the doctor was mistaken, God forbid, but Micromegas was upon the spot an exceeding good observer, and I have no mind to contradict any man. Be that as it may, after many windings and turnings, he arrived at the planet Saturn, and, accustomed as he was to the sight of novelties, he could not for his life repress a supercilious and conceited smile, which often escapes the wisest philosopher when he perceived the smallness of that globe, and the diminutive size of its inhabitants. For really, Saturn is but about 900 times larger than this our earth, and the people of that country mere dwarfs, about 1,000 fathoms high. In short, he at first derided those poor pygmies, just as an Indian fiddler laughs at the music of Lully at his first arrival in Paris. But as the Syrian was a person of good sense, he soon perceived that a thinking being may not be altogether ridiculous, even though he is not quite 6,000 feet high, and therefore he became familiar with them after they had ceased to wonder at his extraordinary appearance. In particular, he contracted an intimate friendship with the secretary of the Academy of Saturn, a man of good understanding, who, though in truth he had invented nothing of his own, gave a very good account of the inventions of others, and enjoyed in peace the reputation of a little poet and great calculator. And here, for the edification of the reader, I will repeat a very singular conversation that one day passed between Mr. Secretary and Micromegas. Chapter 2. The conversation between Micromegas and the inhabitant of Saturn. His Excellency, having laid himself down, and the Secretary approached his nose. It must be confessed, said Micromegas, that nature is full of variety. Yes, replied the Saturnian. Nature is like a petar, whose flowers— Pshaw, cried the other. A truce with your petaras. It is, resumed the Secretary, like an assembly of fair and brown women, whose dresses— What a plague have I to do with your brunettes? Said our traveller. Then it is like a gallery of pictures, the strokes of which— Not at all, answered Micromegas. I'll tell you once and for all, nature is like nature, and comparisons are odious. Well, to please you, said the Secretary. I won't be pleased, replied the Syrian. I want to be instructed. Begin, therefore, without further preamble, and tell me how many senses the people of this world enjoy. We have 72, said the Academician, but we are gaily complaining of the small number, as our imagination transcends our wants. For, with the 72 senses, our 5 moons and rings, we find ourselves very much restricted, and notwithstanding our curiosity, and the no small number of those passions that result from these few senses, we still have time enough to be tired of idleness. I sincerely believe what you say, cried Micromegas, for though we Syrians have near 1,000 different senses, there still remains a certain vague desire, an unaccountable inquietude, incessantly admonishing us of our own unimportance, and giving us to understand that there are other beings who are very much our superiors in point of perfection. I have travelled a little, and seen mortals both above and below myself in the scale of being, but I have met with none who had not more desire than necessity, and more want than gratification. Perhaps I shall one day arrive in some country where naught is wanting, but hitherto I have had no certain information of such a happy land. The Saturnian and his guest exhausted themselves in conjectures upon this subject, and after abundance of argumentation, equally ingenious and uncertain, were fain to return to matter of fact. To what age do you commonly live? Said the Syrian. Lackaday, a mere trifle, replied the little gentleman. It is the very same case with us, resumed the other. The shortness of life is our daily complaint, so that this must be a universal law in nature. Alas, cried the Saturnian, few, very few on this globe outlive 500 great revolutions of the sun. These, according to our way of reckoning, amount to about 15,000 years. So you see, we in a manner begin to die the very moment we are born. Our existence is no more than a point, our duration an instant, and our globe an atom. Scarce do we begin to learn a little when death intervenes before we can profit by experience. For my own part, I am deterred from laying schemes when I consider myself as a single drop in the midst of an immense ocean. I am particularly ashamed, in your presence, of the ridiculous figure I make among my fellow creatures. To this declaration Micromegas replied, If you were not a philosopher, I should be afraid of mortifying your pride by telling you that the term of our lives is 700 times longer than the length of your existence. But you are very sensible that when the texture of the body is resolved, in order to reanimate nature in another form, which is the consequence of what we call death, when that moment of change arrives, there is not the least difference betwixt having lived a whole eternity or a single day. I have been in some countries where the people live 1,000 times longer than with us, and yet they murmured at the shortness of their time. But one will find everywhere some few persons of good sense, who know how to make the best of their portion and thank the author of nature for his bounty. There is a profusion of variety scattered through the universe, and yet there is an admirable vein of uniformity that runs through the whole. For example, all thinking beings are different among themselves, though at bottom they resemble one another in the powers and passions of the soul. Matter, though interminable, have different properties in every sphere. How many principal attributes do you reckon in the matter of this world? If you mean those properties, said the Saturnian, without which we believe this our globe could not subsist, we reckon in all 300, such as extent, impenetrability, motion, gravitation, divisibility, etc. That small number, replied the traveller, probably answers the views of the Creator on this your narrow sphere. I adore his wisdom in all his works. I see infinite variety, but everywhere proportion. Your globe is small, so are the inhabitants. You have very few sensations, because your matter is endued with few properties. These are the works of unerring providence. Of what colour does your sun appear when accurately examined? Of a yellowish white, answered the Saturnian, and in separating one of his rays we find it contains 7 colours. Our sun, said the Syrian, is of a reddish hue, and we have no less than 39 original colours. Among all the suns I have seen there is no sort of resemblance, and in the sphere of yours there is not one face like another. After diverse questions of this nature, he asked how many substances, essentially different, they counted in the world of Saturn, and understood that they numbered but 30, such as God, space, matter, beings endowed with sense and extension, beings that have extension, sense, and reflection, thinking beings who have no extension, those that are penetrable, those that are impenetrable, and also all others. But this Saturnian philosopher was prodigiously astonished when the Syrian told him they had no less than 300, and that he himself had discovered 3,000 more in the course of his travels. In short, after having communicated to each other what they knew, and even what they did not know, and argued during a complete revolution of the sun, they resolved to set out together on a small philosophical tour. Chapter 3. The Voyage of these Inhabitants of Other Worlds. Our 2 philosophers were just ready to embark for the atmosphere of Saturn with a large provision of mathematical instruments, when the Saturnian's mistress, having got an inkling of their design, came all in tears to make her protests. She was a handsome brunette, though not above 660 fathoms high, but her agreeable attractions made amends for the smallness of her stature. "Ah, cruel man!" cried she, "after a courtship of 1500 years, when at length I surrendered and became your wife, and scarce have passed 200 more in thy embraces, to leave me thus before the honeymoon is over, and go a-rambling with the giant of another world. Go, go, thou art a mere virtuoso, devoid of tenderness and love. If thou wert a true Saturnian, thou wouldst be faithful and invariable. Ah, whither art thou going? What is thy design? Our 5 moons are not so inconstant, nor our ring so changeable as thee. But take this along with thee. Henceforth I never shall love another man." The little gentleman embraced and wept over her, notwithstanding his philosophy, and the lady, after having swooned with great decency, went to console herself with more agreeable company. Meanwhile our 2 virtuosi set out, and at one jump leaped upon the ring, which they found pretty flat, according to the ingenious guess of an illustrious inhabitant of this our little earth. From thence they easily slipped from moon to moon, and a comet chancing to pass, they sprang upon it, with all their servants and apparatus. Thus carried about 150 millions of leagues, they met with the satellites of Jupiter, and arrived upon the body of the planet itself, where they continued a whole year, during which they learned some very curious secrets, which would actually be sent to the press, were it not for fear of the gentlemen inquisitors, who have found among them some collieries very hard of digestion. Nevertheless, I have read the manuscript in the library of the illustrious Archbishop of who, with that generosity and goodness which should ever be commended, has granted me permission to peruse his books. Wherefore I promise he shall have a long article in the next edition of Morieri, and I shall not forget the young gentlemen, his sons, who gave us such pleasing hopes of seeing perpetuated the race of their illustrious father. But to return to our travellers. When they took leave of Jupiter, they traversed a space of about 100 millions of leagues, and coasting along the planet Mars, which is well known to be 5 times smaller than our little Earth, they descried 2 moons subservient to that orb, which have escaped the observation of all our astronomers. I know Father Castor will write, and that pleasantly enough, against the existence of these 2 moons, but I entirely refer myself to those who reason by analogy. Those worthy philosophers are very sensible that Mars, which is at such a distance from the sun, must be in a very uncomfortable situation without the benefit of a couple of moons. Footnote. This fancy of Voltaire, for it was not a conjecture, was realized in 1877 by Professor Asaph Hall's discovery of this planet's 2 small satellites. End of footnote. Be that as it may, our gentlemen found the planet so small that they were afraid they should not find room to take a little repose, so that they pursued their journey like 2 travellers who despise the paltry accommodation of a village and push forward to the next market town. But the Syrian and his companion soon repented of their delicacy, for they journeyed a long time without finding a resting place, till at length they discerned a small speck, which was the earth. Coming from Jupiter, they could not but be moved with compassion at the sight of this miserable spot, upon which, however, they resolved to land, lest they should be a second time disappointed. They accordingly moved towards the tail of the comet, where, finding an aurora borealis ready to set sail, they embarked, and arrived on the northern coast of the Baltic on the 5th day of July, New Style, in the year 1737. Chapter 4. What befell them upon this our globe. Having taken some repose, and being desirous of reconnoitring the narrow field in which they were, they traversed it at once, from north to south. Every step of the Syrian and his attendants measured about 30,000 royal feet, whereas the dwarf of Saturn, whose stature did not exceed 1,000 fathoms, followed at a distance, quite out of breath, because for every single stride of his companion he was obliged to make 12 good steps at least. The reader may figure to himself, if we are allowed to make such comparisons, a very little rough spaniel dodging after a captain of the Prussian grenadiers. As those strangers walked at a good pace, they compassed the globe in 36 hours. The sun, it is true, or rather the earth, describes the same space in the course of one day. But it must be observed that it is much easier to turn upon an axis than to walk afoot. Behold them, then, returned to the spot from whence they had set out, after having discovered that an almost imperceptible sea, which is called the Mediterranean, and the other narrow pond that surrounds this molehill, under the denomination of the Great Ocean, in wading through which the dwarf had never wet his mid-leg, while the other scarce moistened his heel. In going and coming through both hemispheres, they did all that lay in their power to discover whether or not the globe was inhabited. They stooped, they lay down, they groped in every corner, but their eyes and hands were not at all proportioned to the small beings that crawl upon this earth, and therefore they could not find the smallest reason to suspect that we and our fellow citizens of this globe had the honour to exist. The dwarf, who sometimes judged too hastily, concluded at once that there were no living creatures upon earth, and his chief reason was that he had seen nobody, but Micromegas, in a polite manner, made him sensible of the unjust conclusion. For, said he, with your diminutive eyes you cannot see certain stars of the 50th magnitude, which I easily perceive, and do you take it for granted that no such stars exist? But I have groped with great care, replied the dwarf. Then your sense of feeling must be bad, said the other. But this globe, said the dwarf, is ill contrived, and so irregular in its form as to be quite ridiculous. The whole together looks like a chaos. Do but observe these little rivulets. Not one of them runs in a straight line, and these ponds, which are neither round, square, nor oval, nor indeed of any regular figure, together with these little sharp pebbles, meaning the mountains, that roughen the whole surface of the globe, and have torn all the skin from my feet. Besides, pray take notice of the shape of the whole, how it flattens at the poles, and turns round the sun in an awkward oblique manner, so that the polar circles cannot possibly be cultivated. Truly, what makes me believe there is no inhabitant on the sphere is a full persuasion that no sensible being would live in such a disagreeable place. What then? Said Micromegas. Perhaps the beings that inhabit it come not under that denomination, but to all appearance it was not made for nothing. Everything here seems to you irregular, because you fetch all your comparisons from Jupiter or Saturn. Perhaps this is the very reason of that seeming confusion which you condemn. Have I not told you that in the course of my travels I have always met with variety? The Saturnian replied to all these arguments, and perhaps the dispute would have known no end if Micromegas, in the heat of the contest, had not luckily broken the string of his diamond necklace, so that the jewels fell to the ground. They consisted of pretty small unequal stones, the largest of which weighed 400 pounds, and the smallest 50. The dwarf, in helping to pick them up, perceived as they approached his eye that every single diamond was cut in such a manner as to answer the purpose of an excellent microscope. He therefore took up a small one, about 160 feet in diameter, and applied it to his eye, while Micromegas chose another of 2,500 feet. Though they were of excellent powers, the observers could perceive nothing by their assistance, so they were altered and adjusted. At length the inhabitant of Saturn discerned something almost imperceptible moving between two waves in the Baltic. This was no other than a whale, which in a dexterous manner he caught with his little finger, and placing it on the nail of his thumb, showed it to the Syrian, who laughed heartily at the excessive smallness peculiar to the inhabitants of this our globe. The Saturnians, by this time convinced that our world was inhabited, began to imagine we had no other animals than whales, and, being a mighty debater, he forthwith set about investigating the origin and motion of this small atom, curious to know whether it was furnished with ideas, judgment, and free will. Micromegas was very much perplexed upon this subject. He examined the animal with the most patient attention, and the result of his inquiry was that he could see no reason to believe a soul was lodged in such a body. The two travellers were actually inclined to think there was no such thing as mind in this our habitation, when, by the help of their microscope, they perceived something as large as a whale floating upon the surface of the sea. It is well known that at this period a flock of philosophers were upon their return from the polar circle, where they had been making observations, for which nobody has hitherto been the wiser. The gazettes record that their vessel ran ashore on the coast of Bothnia, and that they with great difficulty saved their lives. But in this world one can never dive to the bottom of things. For my own part, I will ingeniously recount the transaction just as it happened, without any addition of my own, and this is no small effort in a modern historian. Chapter 5. The Travellers Capture a Vessel. Micromegas stretched out his hand gently towards the place where the object appeared, and advanced 2 fingers, which he instantly pulled back, for fear of being disappointed. Then opening softly and shutting them all at once, he very dexterously seized the ship that had contained those gentlemen, and placed it on his nail, avoiding too much pressure, which might have crushed the whole in pieces. "This," said the Saturnian dwarf, "is a creature very different from the former." Upon which the Syrian, placing the supposed animal in the hollow of his hand, the passengers and crew, who believed themselves thrown by a hurricane upon some rock, began to put themselves in motion. The sailors, having hoisted out some casks of wine, jumped after them into the hand of Micromegas. The mathematicians, having secured their quadrants, sectors, and Lapland servants, went overboard at a different place, and made such a bustle in their descent that the Syrian at length felt his fingers tickled by something that seemed to move. An iron bar chanced to penetrate about a foot deep into his forefinger, and from this prick he concluded that something had issued from the little animal he held in his hand. But at first he suspected nothing more, for the microscope, that scarce rendered a whale and a ship visible, had no effect upon an object so imperceptible as a man. I do not intend to shock the vanity of any person whatsoever, but here I am obliged to request people of importance to consider that, supposing the stature of a man to be about 5 feet, we mortals make just such a figure upon the earth as an animal the 60,000th part of a foot in height would exhibit upon a bowl 10 feet in circumference. When you reflect upon a being who could hold this whole earth in the palm of his hand, and is provided with organs proportional to those we possess, you will easily conceive that there must be a great variety of created substances. And pray, what must such beings think of those battles by which a conqueror gains a small village, to lose it again in the sequel? I do not at all doubt but if some captain of grenadiers should chance to read this work, he would add 2 large feet at least to the caps of his company. But I assure him his labour will be in vain, for, do what he will, he and his soldiers will never be other than infinitely diminutive and inconsiderable. What a wonderful address must have been inherent in our Syrian philosopher that enabled him to perceive these atoms of which we have been speaking. When Leeuwenhoek and Hartzoeker observed the first rudiments of which we are formed, they did not make such an astonishing discovery. What pleasure, therefore, was the portion of Micromegas in observing the motion of these little machines, in examining all their pranks, and following them in all their operations. With what joy did he put his microscope into his companion's hand, and with what transport did they both at once exclaim, "I can see them distinctly! Don't you see them, carrying burdens, lying down and rising up again?" So saying, their hands shook with eagerness to see and apprehension to lose such uncommon objects. The Saturnian, making a sudden transition from the most cautious distrust to the most excessive credulity, imagined he saw them engaged in their devotions, and cried aloud in astonishment. Nevertheless, he was deceived by appearances, a case too common, whether we do or do not make use of microscopes. Chapter 6. What happened in their intercourse with men. Micromegas, being a much better observer than the dwarf, perceived distinctly that those atoms spoke, and made the remark to his companion, who was so much ashamed of being mistaken in his first suggestion that he would not believe such a puny species could possibly communicate their ideas. For though he had the gift of tongues, as well as his companion, he could not hear those particles speak, and therefore supposed they had no language. Besides, how should such imperceptible beings have the organs of speech? And what in the name of Jove can they say to one another? In order to speak, they must have something like thought, and if they think, they must surely have something equivalent to a soul. Now, to attribute anything like a soul to such an insect species appears a mere absurdity. But just now, replied the Syrian, you believed they were engaged in devotional exercises. And do you think that this could be done without thinking, without using some sort of language, or at least some way of making themselves understood? Or do you suppose it is more difficult to advance an argument than to engage in physical exercise? For my own part, I look upon all faculties as alike mysterious. I will no longer venture to believe or deny, answered the dwarf. In short, I have no opinion at all. Let us endeavour to examine these insects, and we will reason upon them afterward. With all my heart, said Micromegas, who, taking out a pair of scissors which he kept for paring his nails, cut off a paring from his thumbnail, of which he immediately formed a large kind of speaking trumpet, like a vast tunnel, and clapped the pipe to his ear. As the circumference of this machine included the ship and all the crew, the most feeble voice was conveyed along the circular fibres of the nail, so that, thanks to his industry, the philosopher could distinctly hear the buzzing of our insects that were below. In a few hours he distinguished articulate sounds, and at last plainly understood the French language. The dwarf heard the same, though with more difficulty. The astonishment of our travellers increased every instant. They heard a nest of mites talk in a very sensible strain, and that the lusus naturae seemed to them inexplicable. You need not doubt but the Syrian and his dwarf glowed with impatience to enter into conversation with such atoms. Micromegas, being afraid that his voice, like thunder, would deafen and confound the mites, without being understood by them, saw the necessity of diminishing the sound. Each therefore put into his mouth a sort of small toothpick, the slender end of which reached the vessel. The Syrian, setting the dwarf upon his knees, and the ship and crew upon his nail, held down his head and spoke softly. In fine, having taken these and a great many more precautions, he addressed himself to them in these words: O ye invisible insects, whom the hand of the Creator hath deigned to produce in the abyss of infinite littleness, I give praise to his goodness, in that he hath been pleased to disclose unto me those secrets which seem to be impenetrable. If ever there was such a thing as astonishment, it seized upon the people who heard this address, and who could not conceive from whence it proceeded. The chaplain of the ship repeated exorcisms, The sailors swore, and the philosophers formed a system. But notwithstanding all their systems, they could not divine who the person was that spoke to them. Then the dwarf of Saturn, whose voice was softer than that of Micromegas, gave them briefly to understand what species of beings they had to do with. He related the particulars of their voyage from Saturn, made them acquainted with the rank and quality of Monsieur Micromegas, and, after having pitied their smallness, asked if they had always been in that miserable state so near akin to annihilation, and what their business was upon that globe which seemed to be the property of whales. He also desired to know if they were happy in their situation, if they were inspired with souls, and put 100 questions of the like nature. A certain mathematician on board, braver than the rest, and shocked to hear his soul called in question, planted his quadrant, and having taken 2 observations of this interculator, said, "You believe then, Mr. What's-your-name, that because you measure from head to foot 1,000 fathoms—" "1,000 fathoms!" cried the dwarf. "Good heavens! How should he know the height of my stature? 1,000 fathoms! My very dimensions to a hair! What? Measured by a mite? This atom, forsooth, is a geometrician, and he knows exactly how tall I am, while I, who can scarce perceive him through a microscope, am utterly ignorant of his extent." "Yes, I have taken your measure," answered the philosopher, "and I will now do the same by your tall companion." The proposal was embraced. His Excellency reclined upon his side, for, had he stood upright, his head would have reached too far above the clouds. Our mathematicians planted a tall tree near him, and then by a series of triangles joined together, they discovered that the object of their observation was a strapping youth, exactly 120,000 royal feet in length. In consequence of this calculation, Micromegas uttered these words: "I am now more than ever convinced that we ought to judge of nothing by its external magnitude. O God, who has bestowed understanding upon such seemingly contemptible substances, thou canst with equal ease produce that which is infinitely small as that which is incredibly great, and if it be possible that among thy works there are beings still more diminutive than these, they may nevertheless be endued with understanding superior to the intelligence of those stupendous animals I have seen in heaven, a single foot of whom is larger than this whole globe on which I have alighted." One of the philosophers assured him that there were intelligent beings much smaller than men, and recounted not only Virgil's whole fable of the bees, but also described all that Swammerdam hath discovered and Reaumur dissected. In a word, he informed him that there are animals which bear the same proportion to bees that bees bear to man, the same as the Syrian himself compared to those vast beings whom he had mentioned, and those huge animals are to other substances, before whom they would appear like so many particles of dust. Here the conversation became very interesting, and Micromegas proceeded in these words: "O ye intelligent atoms, in whom the Supreme Being hath been pleased to manifest his omniscience and power, without all doubt your joys on this earth must be pure and exquisite, for being unencumbered with matter, and to all appearance little else than soul, you must spend your lives in the delights of pleasure and reflection, which are the true enjoyments of a perfect spirit. True happiness I have nowhere found, but certainly here it dwells." At this all the philosophers shook their heads, and one among them, more candid than his brethren, frankly owned that, excepting a very small number of inhabitants who were very little esteemed by their fellows, all the rest were a parcel of knaves, fools, and miserable wretches. "We have matter enough," said he, "to do abundance of mischief, if mischief comes from matter, and too much understanding, if evil flows from understanding. You must know, for example, that at this very moment, while I am speaking, there are 100,000 animals of our own species, covered with hats, slaying an equal number of their fellow creatures who wear turbans. At least they are either slaying or being slain, and this hath usually been the case all over the earth from time immemorial." The Syrian, shuddering at this information, begged to know the cause of those horrible quarrels among such a puny race, and was given to understand that the subject of the dispute was a pitiful molehill called Palestine, no larger than his heel. Not that any one of those millions who cut one another's throats pretends to have the least claim to the smallest particle of that clod. The question is, whether it shall belong to a certain person who is known by the name of Sultan, or to another whom, For what reason I know not, they dignify with the appellation of Pope. Neither the one nor the other has seen or will ever see the pitiful corner in question, and probably none of those wretches who so madly destroy each other ever beheld the ruler on whose account they are so mercilessly sacrificed. Ah, miscreants! Cried the indignant Syrian. Such excess of desperate rage is beyond conception. I have a good mind to take 2 or 3 steps and trample the whole nest of such ridiculous assassins under my feet. Don't give yourself the trouble, replied the philosopher. They are industrious enough in procuring their own destruction. At the end of 10 years, the 100th part of those wretches will not survive. For you must know that, though they should not draw a sword in the cause they have espoused, famine, fatigue, and intemperance would sweep almost all of them from the face of the earth. Besides, the punishment should not be inflicted upon them, but upon those sedentary and slothful barbarians who from their palaces give orders for murdering 1,000,000 of men and then solemnly thank God for their success. Our traveller was moved with compassion for the entire human race, in which he discovered such astonishing contrast. Since you are of the small number of the wise, said he, and in all likelihood do not engage yourselves in the trade of murder for hire, be so good as to tell me your occupation. We anatomize flies, replied the philosopher. We measure lines, we make calculations, we agree upon 2 or 3 points which we understand, and dispute upon 2 or 3,000 that are beyond our comprehension. How far, said the Syrian, do you reckon the distance between the great star of the constellation Gemini and that called Canicula? To this question all of them answered with one voice, 32 degrees and a half. And what is the distance from thence to the moon? 60 semi-diameters of the earth. He then thought to puzzle them by asking the weight of the air, but they answered distinctly that common air is about 900 times specifically lighter than an equal column of the lightest water, and 1900 times lighter than current gold. The little dwarf of Saturn, astonished at their answers, was now tempted to believe those people sorcerers, who, but a quarter of an hour before, he would not allow were inspired with souls. Well, said Micromegas, since you know so well what is without you, doubtless you are still more perfectly acquainted with that which is within. Tell me, what is the soul, and how do your ideas originate? Here the philosophers spoke together, as before, but each was of a different opinion. The eldest quoted Aristotle, another pronounced the name of Descartes, a third mentioned Malebranche, a fourth Leibniz, and a fifth Locke. An old peripatetic, lifting up his voice, exclaimed with an air of confidence, the soul is perfection and reason, having power to be such as it is, as Aristotle expressly declares, page 633 of the Louvre edition. A quotation in Greek which I cannot read. I am not very well versed in Greek, said the giant. Nor I either, replied the philosophical mite. Why, then, do you quote that same Aristotle in Greek? Resumed the Syrian. Because, answered the other, it is but reasonable we should quote what we do not comprehend in a language we do not understand. Here the Cartesian interposing. The soul, said he, is a pure spirit or intelligence, which hath received before birth all the metaphysical ideas, but after that event it is obliged to go to school and learn anew the knowledge which it hath lost. So it is necessary, replied the animal of 8 leagues, that thy soul should be learned before birth, in order to be so ignorant when thou hast got a beard upon thy chin. But what dost thou understand by spirit? I have no idea of it, said the philosopher. Indeed, it is supposed to be immaterial. At least thou knowest what matter is, resumed the Syrian. Perfectly well, answered the other. For example, that stone is grey, is of a certain figure, has 3 dimensions, specific weight, and divisibility. I want to know, said the giant, what that object is, which according to thy observation hath a grey colour, weight, and divisibility. Thou seest a few qualities, but dost thou know the very nature of the thing itself? Not I truly, answered the Cartesian. Upon which the Syrian admitted that he also was ignorant in regard to this subject. Then addressing himself to another sage, who stood upon his thumb, he asked, What is the soul, and what are its functions? Nothing at all, replied this disciple of Malebranche. God hath made everything for my convenience. In him I see everything, by him I act. He is the universal agent, and I never meddle in his work. That is being a nonentity indeed, said the Syrian sage. And then turning to a follower of Leibniz, he exclaimed, Hark ye, friend, what is thy opinion of the soul? In my opinion, answered this metaphysician, the soul is the hand that points at the hour, while my body does the office of the clock. Or, if you please, the soul is the clock, and the body is the pointer. Or again, my soul is the mirror of the universe, and my body the frame. All this is clear and uncontrovertible. A little partisan of Locke, who chanced to be present, being asked his opinion on the same subject, said, I do not know by what power I think, but well I know that I should never have thought without the assistance of my senses. That there are immaterial and intelligent substances, I do not at all doubt, but that it is impossible for God to communicate the faculty of thinking to matter, I doubt very much. I revere the eternal power, to which it would ill become me to prescribe bounds. I affirm nothing, and am contented to believe that many more things are possible than are usually thought so. The Syrian smiled at this declaration, and did not look upon the author as the least sagacious of the company. And as for the dwarf Saturn, he would have embraced this adherent of Locke, had it not been for the extreme disproportion in their respective sizes. But unluckily there was another animalcule in a square cap, who, taking the word from all of his philosophical brethren, affirmed that he knew the whole secret, which was contained in the abridgment of St. Thomas. He surveyed the two celestial strangers from top to toe, and maintained to their faces that their persons, their fashions, their suns, and their stars were created solely for the use of man. At this wild assertion, our two travellers were seized with a fit of uncontrollable laughter, which, according to Homer, is the portion of the immortal gods. Their bellies quivered, their shoulders rose and fell, and during these convulsions the vessel fell from the Syrian's nail into the Saturnian's pocket, where these worthy people searched for it a long time with great diligence. At length, having found the ship and set everything to rights again, the Syrian resumed the discourse with those diminutive mites, and promised to compose for them a choice book of philosophy, which would demonstrate the very essence of things. Accordingly, before his departure, he made them a present of the book, which was brought to the Academy of Sciences at Paris. But when the old secretary came to open it, he saw nothing but blank paper, upon which, "Ay," said he, "this is just what I suspected." End of Micromegas by Voltaire. Recording by Ross Clement.
Trap by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Billy DeShand. The Sky Trap, a short story by Frank Belknap Long. Lawton enjoyed a good fight. He stood happily trading blows with Slashaway Tommy, his lean, fresh torso gleaming with sweat. He preferred to work the pugnacity out of himself slowly, to savor it as it ebbed. "Better luck next time, Slashaway," he said, and unlimbered a left hook that thudded against his opponent's jaw with such violence that the big hairy ape crumpled to the resin and rolled over on his back. Lawton brushed a lock of rust-colored hair back from his brow and stared down at the limp figures lying on the descending stratoship's slightly tilted athletic deck. "Good work, Slashaway," he said. "You're primitive and beetle-browed, but you've got what it takes." Lawton flattered himself that he was the opposite of primitive. High in the sky, he had predicted the weather for 8 days running, with far more accuracy than he could have put into a punch. They'd flash his report all over Earth in a couple minutes now, from New York to London to Singapore and back. In half an hour he'd be donning street clothes and stepping out feeling darned good. He had fulfilled his weekly obligation to society by manipulating meteorological instruments for 45 minutes high in the warm upper stratosphere, and worked off his pugnacity by knocking down a professional gym slugger.
he would have a full, glorious week now to work off all his other drives. The Stratoship's commander, Captain Forrester, had come up and was staring at him reproachfully. "Dave, I don't hold with the reforming Johnnies who want to remake human nature from the ground up, but you've got to admit our generation knows how to keep things humming with a minimum of stress. We don't have world wars now because we work off our pugnacity by sailing into gym sluggers 8 or 10 times a week. And since our romantic emotions can be taken care of by tactile television, we're not at the mercy of every brainless bit of Fluff's calculated ankle appeal." Lawton turned and regarded him quizzically. "Don't you suppose I realize that? You'd think I just blew in from Mars." "All right, we have the outlets, the safety valves. They are supposed to keep us civilized. But you don't derive any benefit from them." "The heck I don't. I exchange blows with Slashaway every time I board the Perseus. And as for women, well, there's just one woman in the world for me, and I wouldn't exchange her for all the Turkish images in the tactile broadcasts from Stamboul." "Yes, I know, but you work off your primitive emotions with too much gusto. Even a cast-iron gym slugger can bruise. That last blow was brutal. Just because Slashaway gets thumped and thudded all over by the medical staff twice a week doesn't mean he can take—" The Stratoship lurched suddenly. The deck heaved up under Lawton's feet, hurling him against Captain Forrester and spinning both men around so that they seemed to be waltzing together across the ship. The still, limp gym slugger slid forward, colliding with a corrugated metal bulkhead and sloshing back and forth like a wet mackerel. A full minute passed before Lawton could put a stop to that. Even while careening, he had been alive to Slashaway's peril and had tried to leap to his aid, but the ship's steadily increasing gyrations had hurled him away from the skipper and against a massive vaulting horse, barking the flesh from his shins and spilling him with violence onto the deck. He crawled now toward the prone gym slugger on his hands and knees, his temples thudding. The gyrations ceased an instant before he reached Slashaway's side. With an effort, he lifted the big man up, propped him against the bulkhead, and shook him until his teeth rattled. "Slashaway," he muttered. "Slashaway, old fellow." Slashaway opened his blurred eyes. "Phew," he muttered. "You sure socked me hard, sir." "You went out like a light," explained Lawton gently, "a minute before the ship lurched." "The ship lurched, sir?" "Something's very wrong, Slashaway. The ship isn't moving. There are no vibrations, and— Slashaway, are you hurt? Your skull thumped against that bulkhead so hard I was afraid— Nah, I'm okay." "What do you mean the ship ain't moving? How could it stop?" Lawton said, "I don't know, Slashaway." Helping the gym slugger to his feet, he stared apprehensively about him. Captain Forrester was kneeling on the resin, testing his hocks for sprains with splayed fingers, his features twitching. "Hurt badly, sir?" The commander shook his head. "I don't think so. Dave, we are 20,000 feet up, so how in hell could we be stationary in space?" "It's all yours, Skipper." "I must say you're helpful." Forrester got painfully to his feet and limped toward the athletic compartment's single quartz port, a small circle of radiance on a level with his eyes. As the port sloped downward at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, all he could see was a diffuse glimmer until he wedged his brow in the observation visor and stared downward. Lawton heard him suck in his breath sharply. "Well, sir?" "There are thin cirrus clouds directly beneath us. They're not moving." Lawton gasped, the sense of being in an impossible situation swelling to nightmare proportions within him. What could have happened? Directly behind him, close to a bulkhead chronometer, which was clicking out the seconds with unabashed regularity, was a misty blue visiplate that merely had to be switched on to bring the pilots into view. The commander hobbled toward it and manipulated a rheostat. The two pilots appeared side by side on the screen, sitting amidst a spidery network of dully gleaming pipelines and nichrome humidification units. They had unbuttoned their high-altitude coats, and their stratosphere helmets were resting on their knees. The jabbo-choff candle light, which flooded the pilot room, accentuated the haggardness of their features, which were a sickly, cadaverous hue. The captain spoke directly into the visiplate. "What's wrong with the ship?" he demanded. "Why aren't we descending? Dawson, you do the talking." One of the pilots leaned tensely forward, his shoulders jerking. "We don't know, sir. The rotaries went dead when the ship started gyrating. We can't work the emergency torps, and the temperature is rising. But it defies all logic, Forrester muttered. How could a metal ship weighing tons be suspended in the air like a balloon? It is stationary, but it is not buoyant. We seem in all respects to be frozen in. The explanation may be simpler than you dream, Lawton said. When we've found the key. The captain swung toward him. Could you find the key, Dave? I should like to try. It may be hidden somewhere on the ship, and then again it may not be. But I should like to go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb, and then I should like to go over outside thoroughly. Suppose you make me an emergency mate and give me a carte blanche, sir. Lawton got his carte blanche. For 2 hours he did nothing spectacular, but he went over every inch of the ship. He also lined up the crew and pumped them. The men were as completely in the dark as the pilots, and the now completely recovered Slashaway, who was following Lawton about like a doting seal. "You're a right guy, sir. Another 2 or 3 cracks in my noggin would have split wide open. But not like an eggshell, Slashaway. Pig iron develops fissures under terrific pounding, but your cranium seems to be more like tempered steel. Slashaway, you won't understand this, but I've got to talk to somebody, and the captain is too busy to listen. I went over the entire ship because I thought there might be a hidden source of buoyancy somewhere. It would take a lot of air bubbles to turn this ship into a balloon, but there are large vacuum chambers under the multiple series condensers in the engine room which conceivably could have sucked in a helium leakage from the carbon pile valves. And there are bulkhead porocytes which could have been clogged. Yeah, muttered Slashaway, scratching his head. I see what you mean, sir. It was no soap. There's nothing inside the ship that could possibly keep us up. Therefore, there must be something outside that isn't air. We know there is air outside. We've stuck our heads out and sniffed it, and we've found out a curious thing. Along with the oxygen, there is water vapor, but it isn't H2O, it's HO. A molecular arrangement like that occurs in the upper solar atmosphere, but nowhere on Earth. And there's a thin sprinkling of hydrocarbon molecules out there too. Hydrocarbon appears ordinarily as methane gas, but out there it rings up as CH. Methane is CH4. And there are also scandium oxide molecules making unfamiliar faces at us. And oxide of boron with an equational limp. Gee, muttered Slashaway. We're up against it, eh? Lawton was squatting on his hams beside an emergency chute opening on the back of the Penguin's weather observatory. He was letting down a spliced beryllium plumb line, his gaze riveted on the slowly turning horizontal drum of a windlass which contained more than 200 feet of gleaming metal cordage. Suddenly, as he stared, the drum stopped revolving. Lawton stiffened, a startled expression coming onto his face. He had been playing a hunch that had seemed as insane, rationally considered, as his wild idea about the bulkhead porocytes. For a moment he was stunned, unable to believe that he had struck pay dirt. The winch indicator stood at 103 feet, giving him a rich, fruity yield of startlement. 100 feet below, the plummet rested on something solid that sustained it in space. Scarcely breathing, Lawton leaned over the windlass and stared downward. There was nothing visible beneath the ship and the fleecy clouds far below except a tiny black dot resting on vacancy and a thin beryllium plumb line ascending like an interrogation point from the dot to the chute opening. You see something down there? Slashaway asked. Lawton moved back from the windlass, his brain whirling. Slashaway, there's a solid surface directly beneath us, but it's completely invisible. You mean it's like a frozen cloud, sir? No, Slashaway, it doesn't shimmer, or deflect light. Congealed water vapor would sink instantly to Earth. You think it's all around us, sir? Lawton stared at Slashaway aghast. In his crude fumblings, the gym slugger had ripped a hidden fear right out of his subconsciousness into the light. I don't know, Slashaway, he muttered. I'll get at that next. A half-hour later, Lawton sat behind the captain's desk in the control room, his face drained of all color. He kept his gaze averted as he talked. A man who succeeds too well with an unpleasant task may develop a subconscious sense of guilt. Sir, we're suspended inside a hollow sphere which resembles a huge floating soap bubble. Before we ripped through it, it must have had a plastic surface, but now the tear has apparently healed over, and the shell all around us is as resistant as steel. We're completely bottled up, sir. I shot rocket leads in all directions to make certain." The expression on Forrester's face sold mere amazement down the river. He could not have looked more startled if the nearer planets had yielded their secrets chillingly, and a super race had appeared suddenly on Earth. "Good God, Dave, do you suppose something has happened to space?" Lawton raised his eyes with a shudder. "Not necessarily, sir. Something has happened to us. We're floating through the sky in a huge invisible bubble of some sort, but we don't know whether it has anything to do with space. It may be a meteorological phenomenon." "You say we're floating?" "We're floating slowly westward. The clouds beneath us have been receding for 15 or 20 minutes now." "Phew," muttered Forrester. "That means we've got to—" He broke off abruptly. The Perseus's radio operator was standing in the doorway, distress and indecision in his gaze. "Our reception is extremely sporadic, sir," he announced. "We can pick up a few of the stronger broadcasts, but our emergency signals haven't been answered." "Keep trying," Forrester ordered. "Aye, aye, sir." The captain moved to Lawton. "Suppose we call it a bubble. Why are we suspended like this immovably? Your rocket leads shot up, and the plumb line dropped 100 feet. Why should the ship itself remain stationary?" Lawton said, "The bubble must possess sufficient internal equilibrium to keep a big, heavy body suspended at its core. In other words, we must be suspended at a hub of converging energy lines." "You mean we're surrounded by an electromagnetic field?" Lawton frowned. "Not necessarily, sir. I'm simply pointing out that there must be an energy tug of some sort involved. Otherwise the ship would be resting on the inner surface of the bubble." Forrester nodded grimly. "We should be thankful, I suppose, that we can move about inside the ship. Dave, do you think a man could descend to the inner surface?" "I've no doubt that a man could, sir. Shall I let myself down?" "Absolutely not. Damn it, Dave, I need your energies inside the ship. I could wish for a less impulsive first officer, but a man in my predicament can't be choosy." "Then what are your orders, sir?" "Orders? Do I have to order you to think? Is working something out for yourself such a strain? We're drifting straight toward the Atlantic Ocean. What do you propose to do about that?" "I expect I'll have to do my best, sir." Lawton's best conflicted dynamically with the captain's orders. 10 minutes later he was descending hand over hand on a swaying emergency ladder. "Tough-fibered Davy goes down to look around," he grumbled. He was conscious that he was flirting with danger. The air outside was breathable, but would the diffuse, unorthodox gases injure his lungs? He didn't know, couldn't be sure. But he had to admit that he felt all right so far. He was 70 feet below the ship and not at all dizzy. When he looked down, he could see the purple-domed summits of mountains between gaps in the fleecy cloud blanket. He couldn't see the Atlantic Ocean yet. He descended the last 30 feet with mounting confidence. At the end of the ladder he braced himself and let go. He fell about 6 feet, landing on his rump on a spongy surface that bounced him back and forth. He was vaguely incredulous when he found himself sitting in the sky, staring through his spread legs at mountains and clouds. He took a deep breath. It struck him that the sensation of falling could be present without movement downward through space. He was beginning to experience such a sensation. His stomach twisted and his brain spun. He was suddenly sorry he had tried this. It was so damnably unnerving he was afraid of losing all emotional control. He stared up, his eyes squinting against the sun. Far above him, the gleaming wedge-shaped bulk of the Perseus loomed colossally, blocking out a fifth of the sky. Lowering his right hand, he ran his fingers over the invisible surface beneath him. The surface felt rubbery, moist. He got swayingly to his feet and made a perilous attempt to walk through the sky. Beneath his feet, the mysterious surface crackled. The little sparks flew up about his legs. Abruptly, he sat down again, his face ashen. From the emergency chute opening far above, a massive head appeared. "You all right, sir?" Slashaway called, his voice vibrant with concern. "Well, You'd better come right up, sir. Captain's orders." "All right," Lawton shouted. Let the ladder down another 10 feet. Lawton ascended rapidly, resentment smoldering within him. What right had the skipper to interfere? He had passed the buck, hadn't he? Lawton got another bad jolt the instant he emerged through the chute opening. Captain Forrester was leaning against a parachute rack, gasping for breath, his face a livid hue. Slashaway looked equally bad. His jaw muscles were twitching, and he was tugging at the collar of his gym suit. Forrester gasped, "Dave, I tried to move the ship. I didn't know you were outside." "Good God, you didn't know?" "The rotaries backfired and used up all the oxygen in the engine room. Worse, there's been a carbonic oxide seepage. The air is contaminated throughout the ship. We'll have to open the ventilation valves immediately. I've been waiting to see if you could breathe down there. You're all right, aren't you? The air is breathable?" Lawton's face was dark with fury. "I was an experimental rat in the sky, eh? Look, Dave, we're all in danger. Don't stand there glaring at me. Naturally I waited. I have my crew to think of." "Well, think of them. Get those valves open before we all have convulsions." A half-hour later, charcoal gas was mingling with oxygen outside the ship, and the crew was breathing it in again gratefully. Thinly dispersed and mixed with oxygen, it seemed all right, but Lawton had misgivings. No matter how attenuated a lethal gas is, it is never entirely harmless. To make matters worse, they were over the Atlantic Ocean. Far beneath them was an emerald turbulence, half obscured by eastward-moving cloud masses. The bubble was holding, but the morale of the crew was beginning to sag. Lawton paced the control room. Deep within him, unsuspected energies surged. "We'll last until the oxygen is breathed up," he exclaimed. "We'll have 4 or 5 days at most, but we seem to be traveling faster than an ocean liner. With luck, we'll be in Europe before we become carbon dioxide breathers." "Will that help matters, Dave?" said the captain warily. "If we can blast our way out, it will." The captain's sagging body jackknifed erect. "Blast our way out? What do you mean, Dave?" "I've clamped expulsor discs on the cosmic ray absorbers and trained them downward. A thin stream of accidental neutrons directed against the bottom of the bubble may disrupt its energies, wear it thin. It's a long gamble, but worth taking. We're staking nothing, remember?" Forrester sputtered, "Nothing but our lives. If you blast a hole in the bubble, you'll destroy its energy balance. Did that occur to you? Inside a lopsided bubble, we may careen dangerously or fall into the sea before we can get the rotaries started." "I thought of that. The pilots are standing by to start the rotaries the instant we lurch. If we succeed in making a rent in the bubble, we'll break out the helicoptic vanes and descend vertically. The rotaries won't backfire again. I've had their burnt-out cylinder heads replaced." An agitated voice came from the visiplate on the captain's desk. "Tuning in, sir." Lawton stopped pacing abruptly. He swung about and grasped the desk edge with both hands, his head touching Forrester's as the two men stared down at the horizontal face of Petty Officer James Caldwell. Caldwell wasn't more than 22 or 3, but the screen's opalescence silvered his hair and misted the outlines of his jaw, giving him an aspect of senility. "Well, young man," Forrester growled, "what is it? What do you want?" The irritation in the captain's voice seemed to increase Caldwell's agitation. Lawton had to say, "All right, lad, let's have it," before the information which he had seemed bursting to impart could be wrenched out of him. It came in erratic spurts. "The bubble is all blooming, sir. All around, inside, there are big yellow and purple growths. It's started up above and spread around. First there was just a clouding over the sky, sir, and then stalks shot out." For a moment, Lawton felt as though all sanity had been squeezed from his brain. Twice he started to ask a question, and thought better of it. Pumpings were superfluous when he could confirm Caldwell's statement in half a minute for himself. If Caldwell had cracked up, Caldwell hadn't cracked. When Lawton walked to the quartz port and stared down, all the blood drained from his face. The vegetation was luxuriant and unearthly. Floating in the sky were serpentine tendrils as thick as a man's wrist, purplish flowers, and ropey fungus growths, They twisted and writhed and shot out in all directions, creating a tangle immediately beneath him and curving up toward the ship amidst a welter of seed pods. He could see the seeds dropping from pods which reminded him of the darkly horned skate egg sheaths which he had collected in his boyhood from sea beaches at ebb tide. It was the unwholesomeness of the vegetation which chiefly unnerved him. It looked dank, malarial. There were decaying patches on the fungus growths, and a miasmal mist was descending from it toward the ship. The control room was completely still when he turned from the quartz port to meet Forrester's startled gaze. "Dave, what does it mean?" The question burst explosively from the captain's lips. "It means life has appeared and evolved and grown rotten ripe inside the bubble, sir, all in the space of an hour or so." "But that's impossible." Lawton shook his head. "It isn't at all, sir. We've had it drummed into us that evolution proceeds at a snailish pace. But what proof have we that it can't mutate with lightning-like rapidity? I've told you there are gases outside we can't even make in a chemical laboratory, molecular arrangements that are alien to Earth." "But plants derive nourishment from the soil," interpolated Forrester. "I know, but if there are alien gases in the air, the surface of the bubble must be reeking with unheard-of chemicals. There may be compounds inside the bubble which have so sped up organic processes that 100 million-year cycle of mutations has been telescoped into an hour." Lawton was pacing the floor again. "It would be simpler to assume that seeds of existing plants became somehow caught up and imprisoned in the bubble. But the plants around us never existed on Earth. I'm no botanist, but I know what the Congo has on tap, and the great rainforests of the Amazon. Dave, if the growth continues, it will fill the bubble. It will choke off all our air." "Don't you suppose I realize that? We've got to destroy that growth before it destroys us." It was pitiful to watch the crew's morale sag. The miasmal taint of the ominously proliferating vegetation was soon pervading the ship, spreading demoralization everywhere. It was particularly awful straight down. Above a ropey tangle of livid vines and creepers, a kingly stenchweed towered, purplish and bloated and weighing down with seed pods. It seemed sentient somehow. It was growing so fast that the evil odor which poured from it could be correlated with the increase of tension inside the ship. From that particular plant, minute by slow minute, there surged a continuously mounting offensiveness, like nothing Lawton had ever smelt before. The bubble had become a blooming horror sailing slowly westward above the storm-tossed Atlantic, and all the chemical agents which Lawton sprayed through the ventilation valves failed to impede the growth or destroy a single seed pod. It was difficult to kill plant life with chemicals which were not harmful to man. Lawton took dangerous risks, increasing the unwholesomeness of their rapidly dwindling air supply by spraying out a thin diffusion of problematically poisonous acids. It was no sale. The growths increased by leaps and bounds, as though determined to show their resentment of the measures taken against them by marshalling all their forces in a demoralizing plantkrieg. Thwarted, desperate, Lawton played his last card. He sent 5 members of the crew, equipped with blowguns. They returned screaming. Lawton had to fortify himself with a double whiskey soda before he could face the look of reproach in their eyes long enough to get all the prickles out of them. From then on, pandemonium reigned. Blue funk seized the petty officers, while some of the crew ran amok. One member of the engine watch attacked 4 of his companions with a wrench. Another went into the ship's kitchen and slashed himself with a paring knife. The assistant engineer leapt through a chute opening after avowing that he preferred impalement to suffocation. He was impaled. It was horrible. Looking down, Lawton could see his twisted body dangling on a crimson, stippled, thorn-like growth 40 feet in height. Slashaway was standing at his elbow in that Waterloo moment, his rough-hewn features twitching. "I can't stand it, sir. It's driving me squirrely." "I know, Slashaway. There's something worse than marijuana weed down there. Slashaway swallowed hard. That poor guy down there did the wise thing. Lawton husked. Stamp on that idea, Slashaway. Kill it. We're stronger than he was. There isn't an ounce of weakness in us. We've got what it takes. A guy can stand just so much. Bosh. There's no limit to what a man can stand. From the visiplate behind them came an urgent voice. Radio room tuning in, sir. Lawton swung about. On the flickering screen, the foggy outlines of a face appeared and coalesced into sharpness. The Perseus radio operator was breathless with excitement. Our reception is improving, sir. European shortwaves are coming in strong. The static is terrific, but we're getting every station on the continent, and most of the American stations. Lawton's eyes narrowed to exultant slits. He spat on the deck, a slow tremor shaking him. Slashaway, did you hear that? We've done it. We've won against hell and high water. We done what, sir? The bubble, you ape. It must be wearing thin. Hell's bells, do you have to stand there gaping like a moronic ninepin? I tell you, we've got it licked. I can't stand it, sir. I'm going nuts. No, you're not. You're slugging the thing inside you that wants to quit. Slashaway, I'm going to give the crew a first-class pep talk. There'll be no stampeding while I'm in command here. He turned to the radio operator. Tune in the control room. Tell the captain I want every member of the crew lined up on this screen immediately. The face in the visiplate paled. I can't do that, sir. Ship's regulation. Lawton transfixed the operator with an irate stare. The captain told you to report directly to me, didn't he? Yes, sir, but if you don't want to be cashiered, snap into it. Yes, sir. The captain's startled face preceded the duty muster vis-a-vis by a full minute, seeming to project outward from the screen. The veins on his neck were thick blue cords. Dave, he croaked, are you out of your mind? What good will talking do now? Are the men lined up? Lawton rapped impatiently. Forrester nodded. They're all in the engine room, Dave. Good. Block them in. The captain's face receded, and a scene of tragic horror filled the opalescent visiplate. The men were not standing in attention at all. They were slumping against the Perseus's central charging plant in attitudes of abject despair. Madness burned in the eyes of 3 or 4 of them. Others had torn open their shirts and raked their flesh with their nails. Petty Officer Caldwell was standing as straight as a totem pole, clenching and unclenching his hands. The second assistant engineer was sticking out his tongue. His face was deadpan, which made what was obviously a terror reflex look like an idiot's grimace. Lawton moistened his lips. Men, listen to me. There is some sort of plant outside that is giving off deliriant fumes. A few of us seem to be immune to it. I'm not immune, but I'm fighting it, and all of you boys can fight it too. I want you to fight it to the top of your courage. You can fight anything when you know that just around the corner is freedom from a beastliness that deserves to be licked, even if it's only a plant. Men, we're blasting our way free. The bubble's wearing thin. Any minute now, the plants beneath us may fall with a soggy plop into the Atlantic Ocean. I want every man, Jack, aboard this ship to stand at his post and obey orders. Right this minute, you look like something the cat dragged in. But most men who cover themselves with glory start off looking even worse than you do. He smiled wryly. I guess that's all. I've never had to make a speech in my life, and I'd hate like hell to start now. It was Petty Officer Caldwell who started the chant. He started it, and the men took it up until it was coming from all of them in a full-throated roar. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman, careless and all that, d'ye see? Never at a fate a railer. What is time or tide to me? All must die when fate shall will it. I can never die but once. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman, who fears death is a dunce. Lawton squared his shoulders. With a crew like that, nothing could stop him. Ah, his energies were surging high. The deliriant weed held no terrors for him now. They were stout-hearted lads, and he'd go to hell with them cheerfully if need be. It wasn't easy to wait. The next half-hour was filled with a steadily mounting tension as Lawton moved like a young tornado about the ship, issuing orders and seeing that each man was at his post. Steady, Jimmy. The way to fight a deliriant is to keep your mind on a set task. Keep sweating, lad. Harry, that winch needs tightening. We can't afford to miss a trick. Yeah, it will come suddenly. We've got to get the rotary started the instant the bottom drops out. He was with the captain and Slashaway in the control room when it came. There was a sudden, grinding jolt, and the captain's desk started moving toward the quartz port, carrying Lawton with it. "Holy Jiminy Cricket!" exclaimed Slashaway. The deck tilted sharply, then righted itself. A sudden gush of clear, cold air came through the ventilation valves as the triple rotary started up with a roar. Lawton and the captain reached the quartz port simultaneously. Shoulder to shoulder, they stood staring down at the storm-tossed Atlantic, electrified by what they saw. Floating on the waves far beneath them was an undulating mass of vegetation, its surface flecked with glinting foam. As it rose and fell in waning sunlight, a tainted seepage spread about it, defiling the clean surface of the sea. But it wasn't the floating mass which drew a gasp from Forrester and caused Lawton's scalp to prickle. Crawling slowly across that Sargasso-like island of noxious vegetation was a huge, elongated shape which bore a nauseous resemblance to a mottled garden slug. Forrester was trembling visibly when he turned from the quartz port. God, Dave, that would have been the last straw. Animal life. Dave, I can't realize we're actually out of it. We're out, all right, Lawton said hoarsely. Just in time, too, Skipper. You'd better issue grog all around. The men will be needing it. I'm taking mine straight. You've accused me of being primitive. Wait till you see me an hour from now. Dr. Stephen Halday stood in the door of his Appalachian Mountain laboratory staring out into the pine-scented dusk, a worried expression on his bland, small-featured face. It had happened again. A portion of his experiment had soared skyward in a very loose group of highly energized wavicles. He wondered if it wouldn't form a sort of subelectronic macrocosm high in the stratosphere, altering even the air and dust particles which had spurted up with it, its uncharged atomic particles combining with oxygen and creating new molecular arrangements. If such were the case, there would be 8 of them now, his bubbles, floating through the sky. They couldn't possibly harm anything way up there in the stratosphere. But he felt a little uneasy about it all the same. He'd have to be far more careful in the future, he told himself. Much more careful. He didn't want the controllers to turn back the clock of civilization a century by stopping all atom-smashing experiments. End of The Sky Trap, recorded by Billy DeShand, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Todd Ritchie. Test Rocket by Jack Douglas. Captain Baird stood at the window of the laboratory where the 1,000 parts of the strange rocket lay strewn in careful order. Small groups worked slowly over the dismantled parts. The captain wanted to ask, but something stopped him. Behind him, Dr. Johansen sat at his desk, his gnarled old hand tight about a whiskey bottle. The bottle the doctor always had in his desk but never brought out except for when he was alone, and waited for Captain Baird to ask his question. Captain Baird turned at last. "They are our markings?" Captain Baird asked. It was not the question. Captain Baird knew the markings of the rocket testing station as well as the doctor did. "Yes," the doctor said. "They are our markings. Identical, but not our paint." Captain Baird turned back to the window. 6 months ago it had happened. 10 minutes after launching, the giant test rocket had been only a speck on the observation screen. Captain Baird had turned away in disgust. "A mouse," the captain had said. "Unfortunate a mouse can't observe, build, report. My men are getting restless, Johansen." "When we are ready, Captain," the doctor had said. It was 12 hours before the urgent call from Central Control brought the captain running back to the laboratory. The doctor was there before him. Professor Schultz wasted no time. He pointed to the instrument panel. "A sudden shift, see for yourself. We'll miss Mars by 1.25 million at least." 2 hours later, the shift in course of the test rocket was apparent to all of them, and so was their disappointment. "According to the instruments, the steering shifted 1/4 of an inch. No reason shows up," Professor Schultz said. "Flaw in the metal?" Dr. Johansen asked.
How far can it go? Captain Baird asked. Professor Schultz shrugged. Until the fuel runs out, which is probably as good as never, or until the landing mechanism is activated by a planet-sized body. Course? Did you plot it? The doctor asked. Of course I did, Professor Schultz said. As close as I can calculate, it's headed to Alpha Centauri. Captain Baird turned away. The doctor watched him. Perhaps you will not be so hasty with your men's lives in the future, Captain, the doctor said. Professor Schultz was spinning dials. No contact, the professor said. No contact at all. That had been 6 months ago. 3 more test rockets had been fired successfully before the urgent report came through from Alaskan Observation Post Number 4. A rocket was coming across the pole. The strange rocket was tracked and escorted by an atomic-armed fighters all the way to rocket testing station where it cut its own motors and gently landed. In the center of a division of atomic-armed infantry, the captain, the doctor, and everyone else waited impatiently. There was an air of uneasiness. You sure it's not ours? Captain Baird asked. The doctor laughed. Identical, yes, but 3 times the size of ours. Perhaps one of the Asian ones. No, it's our design, but too large, much too large. Professor Schultz put their thoughts into words. Looks like someone copied ours. Someone, somewhere. It's hard to imagine, but true nevertheless. They waited 2 weeks. Nothing happened. Then a radiation-shielded team went in to examine the rocket. 2 more weeks the strange rocket was dismantled and spread over the field for the testing station. The rocket was dismantled and the station began to talk to itself in whispers and look at the sky. Captain Baird stood now at the window and looked out of the dismantled rocket. He looked, but his mind was not on the parts of the rocket he could see from the window. The materials, they're not ours? The captain asked. Unknown here, the doctor said. The captain nodded. Those were our instruments? Yes, the doctor still had the whiskey bottle in his tight grip. They sent them back, the captain said. The doctor crashed the bottle hard against the desktop. Ask, Captain, for God's sake. The captain turned to face the doctor directly. It was a man, a full-grown man. The doctor sighed as if letting the pent-up steam of his heart escape. Yes, it is a man. It breathes, it eats, it has all the attributes of a man, but is not of our planet. It's speech, the captain began. That isn't speech, Captain, the doctor broke in, breaking in sharply. It's only sound. The doctor stopped. He examined the label of his bottle of whiskey very carefully. A good brand of whiskey. He seems quite happy in the storeroom. You know, Captain, what puzzled me at first? He can't read. He can't read anything. Not even the instruments in that ship. In fact, he shows no interest in his rocket at all now. The captain sat down now. He sat at his desk and faced the doctor. At least they had the courage to send a man, not a mouse. Doctor, a man. The doctor stared at the captain, his hands squeezing and unsqueezing the whiskey bottle. A man who can't read his own instruments, the doctor laughed. Perhaps you too have failed to see the point. Like that stupid general who sits out there waiting for his men to find somewhere to invade. Don't you think it's a possibility? The doctor nodded. A very good possibility, Captain. But they will not be men. The doctor seemed to pause and lean forward. That rocket, Captain, is a test rocket. A test rocket just like ours. Then the doctor picked up the whiskey bottle and glass and poured 2 glasses. Perhaps a drink, Captain. The captain was watching the sky outside the window. End of Test Rocket by Jack Douglas.